Well, greetings, everyone. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day. Enjoying life, living life, loving life. I want to remind everybody, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. If you're on Hecklebus, El Perro, or Keith Little, go ahead and get over to the other channels and do the same if you would, please. Help the algorithms. There's also some PayPal links down in the details section for anybody that wants to share some love. I do not have them there now. They will be there later. In the meantime, let me grab that so everybody can do that. I'll post that in the chat here for now. For anybody that would care to share some love, always appreciated. Every little bit counts. $10, $15, $20, doesn't matter. And let me try this. I've got to get more organized, folks. My apologies.
Is this amateur hour there, Keith?
It is. It is. I'm an amateur. I'm not a professional of any sort except the truth.
I am not qualified for that position. Well, I successfully got kicked out of Jack's twice in less than 15 minutes.
I don't know why you even go over there, man.
Well, I go over to tell him, exactly what I think and about his own
tell him
words.
shit that he never heard and he doesn't give a rat's ass about. I gave him perfect solutions for his issues, and he doesn't listen. Why do you think that is? Because he's not looking for solutions. If he was truly looking for solutions, he would accept them for what they are, especially something like bankruptcy. That's something that everybody, millions of people partake in every year. And you have to realize that when I say that everybody partakes in, whether you realize it or not, you're partaking in a bankruptcy because the United States corporation itself reruns its bankruptcy every 7 years.
Right.
So no matter how you think of it, you're involved in a bankruptcy.
Mm-hmm.
So where is your wealth? Why are you not being the lender unto the nation to bring that nation out of bankruptcy? I don't understand it. All these patriots bowing down before a flag, and they don't give a rat's ass about the true solution. Because all of their minion little type problems with their fucking emotions and feelers is in the way. I really wish people would get out of it. So I appreciate you coming up, but we're going to get into it here real quick. I do hope Tommy shows up. I put a message out to Tommy on Paul's earlier that I'd really appreciate him coming up. If he knows so much about crypto, then he should know a little bit about securities. And if he doesn't, he's in the same position as every other bitch-ass slave with his little plot of land registered at the county.
Yep.
That's securities fraud, and I can prove it. And if he wants a solution and is willing to listen, I can show him very easily how to go about doing it. I've spent 7 years doing this, figuring it all out without having the haste to go ahead and start making false accusations. I now have all the material facts and evidence, and we're going to go over some of this. And one of the basic ones that we're going to go over towards the end is the promise. Remember, I spoke about the oath, Hebrews 6:17, and the promise that was already placed. And that all we had to do was seek his immutable oath, or his immutable counsel. And he sealed it with an oath. Isaiah 54 in whole. It says we are to sing. So I speak boldly as I ought to. And I remember each and every one of those verses. And you'll remember in those verses, he gave an apology. Though he forsake you for a moment, he promised not to do it again. So long as you speak boldly against every word that would rise up against you in justice, in judgment, and condemn those words, for this is the righteousness or the inheritance of the Lord and the servants of the Lord, and their righteousness is of me, saith the Lord. So we have to realize the only way to bring righteousness to that record and stand up in judgment against it is to bring the Lord's words, disputing the words that are there. So we're going to start out with etymology again. And if you remember, my etymology is showing you guys the very connection of the synonymous terms used in the etymologies. And today I want you to understand the previous words that we've spoken of. Theory talks about perceive and conceive and deceive. We're going to see that here. And what we're going to do is we're going to look at the term audition. Just like I mentioned with the Golden Globe, y'all deserve one because you're all in this life of entertainment and production. And you're playing a part in that production that is in bankruptcy. That is the part you are auditioning for. And it relates to the audit. It has audit right in it. So let's look at it. 1590s, power of hearing. Hallelujah, motherfucking Luya. Do you hear me now? Do you hear the part that I'm auditioning for? Do you hear that it has nothing to do with fiction? 1650s, act of hearing, a listening. From French, audition. You'll notice a lot of the language comes from French and Latin. Hearing in a court of law, and directly from Latin, auditionum. Nominative auditio, a hearing, a listening to. Noun of action, from past participle, stem of audire, to hear. From Proto-Indo-European root au, to perceive. So all that glitters is not gold. It's what you perceive. So think about it. The meaning trial for a performer is recorded 1881. That's the noun. And it's
is that noun, the same?
It's Sorry. A noun of action. So it derives from a verb. Go ahead.
Is that the same trial as like a legal trial?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
It's a book entry trial as known today.
Right.
Audition as a verb, transitive verb, 1935, give. Now, what did mom give? She gave a couple things.
She gave a signature and she gave an admission to a spell of illness.
I'll accept those as subsequent. But originally she gave information in form.
Inform.
And then
she put things in line.
Through that information, she gave birth. Interesting, huh?
What can be used instead of the word birth?
To herald. Because she didn't give birth.
Right, that's a Saturn term.
God gave her a child of God.
Right.
She is a trustee. She is not a grantee. Who's the grantee? Who's the grantee?
Grantee would be the creator.
Grantor is the creator. Grantee is the man, the husband.
Okay. Husband. Okay.
House bond.
Right.
He is the bond of the houses that are be kept in order. And when he doesn't herald the legacy heir of a child of God to go forth unto the nations and profit as he was sanctified and ordained, then he is the one that perishes. And because he does not do that, his children and even his wife, yea, they too will lose their lives. They too will be perished.
Is that where?
Perish meaning to go to hell, not heaven.
Is that where the scripture of the 7 generations will be cursed based off of the father's doings?
Correct. And
Okay.
this is why you pay for your father's sins.
Right.
An applicant for a performance part, a trial or test. From audition now, the intransitive sense, try out for a performance part. So let's look at that, a trial or test. What about CON, test? Isn't it just a big contest? Isn't it competitive contracting? So it is already a contest. So is it not in line to contest the record and not the other men and make false accusations against them, but rather test the record and make the accusation against the record? I'm not here to judge the men. I'm here to judge the words that they put forth. So when we look at what the words are, that's what I'm judging. I'm not judging you as a man or a woman. I'm judging the words that you use in Babel. AU, Proto-Indo-European root meaning to perceive. It forms all or part of aesthetic, aesthete, aesthetic, anesthesia, audible, audience, audio, audit, audition, auditor, auditorium, auditory, hyperesthesia, kinesthetic, oyas, obedient, obey, paresthesia, synesthesia. So let's look at that obedient. Is that record true and correct? No. It has errors all over the place, and therefore you cannot be obedient. It is hypothetical source of evidence for its existence provided by Sanskrit, the earliest language, avi, avastam, avish, openly, evidently, as in patent, patent, as everybody pronounces it, patent, patent, as to content and intent. What house are you in? See, I have no uterus. Men. All this transgender shit. All you people out there posing to be Christians and standing by the truth, and you can't even realize that this, quote, transgender man can't have a baby. Why? Because he ain't got a uterus. So without the uterus, he can't play the part of a motherfucking woman. You bitch ass slaves. It's patent. So if you get an emergency call as an EMT and some bitch ass slave transgender man is placating that he's got menstrual pains and he's bleeding out of his uterus, are you gonna placate that and perform as if though he's a fucking woman? Or are you gonna realize the truth that he's not a woman and it's a fucking impossibility for him to have menstrual pains and menstrual bleeding without a motherfucking uterus? Get fucking real! Okay, now that I've got that out, you got any thoughts, Nubs?
I love your passion, man. But you're right. You're right through and through. And like me personally, if it's a man, I will call it a man because I'm not willing to lie to myself and steal the truth from them.
Absolutely. You're supposed to see. There was a thing that I did while I was in the 12-step program. And it was because I realized that when I was walking around and people were frowning at me, it was because I was frowning at them. I was walking around in life with this fucking frown that's still on my motherfucking face. No wonder they didn't smile back at me. So one of the first things I started doing was, okay, well, let's see if I can just look at everybody smile and try to impose that smile on myself. So I started learning how to smile. And I got to tell you today, if you're not here, hard hat, I love your fucking smile, brother. The best smile I've seen my entire life. You can see the spirit in that man's eyes. And you can see him smile without seeing his mouth. See, that's when you smile and it shines through your eyes that everybody will start taking a notice. Tired of people placating this falsity. And it goes the same thing with truth. If you're introspective and you take a look at yourself and see that you have a problem lying, you're going to start automatically trying to look out for the truth and see it where it is. But too many people are in their egos and this performance thing of wanting their 15 minutes of fame, searching all their life for that 15 minutes of fame, when all of their life is that 15 minutes of fame. And everybody's looking at it and placing all the bullshit on the public record saying that's who he is, that's who he is, that's who he is, and not even looking at the real man because they don't give a fuck about the spirit behind it. You know, one of the transgender males that what do they call them? They go out to the adult bars as transgenders and put on shows. And he made a very simple point. Why the fuck would you want me to stand up in front of your children and talk about my lifestyle if you won't have a hooker or a porn star do it? Yet you want me. It's because you're placating that you want your children to know how to transform gender-wise. Going entirely against not just scripture, but natural law. You sick motherfuckers.
Do you think part of the reason they brought that movie out was for this purpose, to get those words out there?
I don't know. I've never watched the movie. I don't do that stuff.
I know. I'm just saying because of the word.
Yeah, I don't placate to the false argument. I'm not going to sit here and make a movie about it, try to get the word out. I'm going to speak it everywhere I go to everybody. I'm not a producer. I'm not a star. I am a child of God, a prophet unto the nations. And that is the audition I am up for. Period. No more will I placate to the false fictional bullshit that these people want to put on everybody, saying that they have a right to express themselves and everybody has to accept it. That isn't the way it works. You have the right to express yourself, but people do not have to listen to your bullshit. Right. They do have the right to turn around and walk away. And that doesn't mean you have the right to sit in front of everybody on a fucking public highway and say, stop the fucking climate change shit. You don't have the right to interfere with somebody else's rights to express your own. So fuck off. All you fucking bitch-ass motherfucking corporate slaves putting your children in front of transgenders, thinking that you're pushing some kind of ideology that you believe in. Look at yourself. Would you transgender? And if so, then maybe you're the motherfucking problem, you bitch-ass slaves. Put that on your children at 7 years of age or even younger. You're fucking sick. Placating, they have to determine their sexual gender, and they don't even know their fucking spirit. Infidel motherfuckers. So let's get on to it. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep on. And I don't want to. So let's take a look at the next one. And we've discussed this before. And this is the origin. Because like I said, mom starts a record of information known as a general journal, a prenatal record. It took her words and her feelers about naturally conceiving and put a date and stamp on it. Oops, wait a minute. They put a date on it, but forgot the stamp. How convenient. How convenient. See, we're going to talk about that fucking stamp everybody wants to give me shit about. Yeah, we're going to talk about that fucking stamp that securitizes everything. See, it's supposed to be attached to the document and not the envelope, you dumb bitch-ass slaves. Is the document inside the envelope or outside? Because if it's supposed to be attached to the document, why are they attaching it to the fucking envelope? You dumb bitch-ass slaves. See, the law is specific as the language is specific. So that prenatal record of information is revenued from totally private between the mom and the obstetrician. Except there's one problem. They both know. That that record is going to be changed and entered into a hospital rather than a private obstetrician. And that hospital is public. And somehow there's still going to be privacy. Really? How's that work? See, mom is private and the doctor's public already. And I'll remind you, you bitch-ass slaves, and I'm talking specifically about you fucking doctors, while you sit there and placate, you know all these fucking Latin terms for your diseases and bullshit, following Greek mythology and Apollo and the Greek gods as you take a Hippocratic oath to them, placating to Christians. You fucking infidels! So the next one. See, that becomes a medical record between now an obstetrician from outside the hospital, and maybe he may work for that hospital and give birth, help her give birth at the hospital, or it may be a different obstetrician. But what happens is that record is entered into the hospital. So then they can assign an OB or accept the assignment of the OB that's already carrying through with the process, and assign a pediatrician for the standing issues. Pediatrics has to do with your standing and your feet. And it goes to a birth clerk. Now, if it goes to a birth clerk right here, and that birth clerk is getting separate information from mother as well as the obstetrician record here, what is this extra information? Okay. Are you learning how to read this graph? Because the birth clerk didn't give mom anything, right? Did she get a receipt? I bet most of you don't even walk out the hospital getting a receipt. You just take the fucking paperwork where they slandered your good name and accept it as good. Clearly, mom informed them of something on a certified statement of live birth that was never properly certified, because mom nor dad made a handwritten statement of intent as to the content of that document, nor when it was transferred or conveyed under a birth clerk transaction was there a stamp attached to it proving that there was an asset collateral transferred. If there is no original transfer of an asset through collateral paperwork, then it was never done. What is done is what ought be done, and what is not done cannot be placated as presumptuous and therefore fact. It is false from its origins. I want to take a minute to remind everybody, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. If you're on Hecklebus, El Perro, or Keith Little, get on over to one of the other channels or the other two channels and do the same thing for me, please. There's also, let me grab that, a PayPal link in the chat for anybody that wants to share some love. I'll have to put that in the details section later. I forgot to put it in there today. But in the meantime, remember there's also a StreamYard link pinned in case anybody wants to join the panel. I always appreciate it. Like I said earlier, I'm hoping Illumitami will show up, because this goes to the auditing of the records, folks. It goes to the contesting of the records. It goes to proving the errors in the record. And that proof of the errors creates the impossibility that the record is in fact true. Because when you find error after error after error after error, particularly when it regards securities auditing, and it shows 94 cases that the securitization was false, I guarantee you there is no way in hell to actually correct it and make it viable. It must be made good. And if you can't make it good, it must be destroyed or merged to something that is good. Like I said, they defiled the name, the good name, by translating the given name and the family name to a legal name. The two became one. And that is a false declaration entered into the record. It is merely the establishment of a possibility that never comes to fruition as it relates to the individual record. The individual record that which is established upon this very document that creates a state vital statistics jurisdiction exclusive to each individual. Greetings, hard hat. There's my brother. I was just talking about you and your awesome smile, brother. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So when we see this document, as I've showed you before, I have my companions. There's no stamp on it. When you see the birth certificate, there's no stamp on it. So when you contest the record to find that stamp on the originating documents or any document thereafter, they can't find one. They won't show it to you. They should just write you a check. That's what I'm expecting. They should just write a check so I can go deposit it accurately in a deposit account for credits, establishing that the deposit of the check is an asset and it is to be converted to credits only. That way it works internally and nobody can demand of me of anything out of my pocket or any property that I hold, because the credit already exists. I am a creditor unto the nations, just as you are, and all you have to do is correct that record. So let's take a look at the next one. Chapter 34, documentary stamp taxes. This is chapter 34 of 20 U.S. Code. 4301 to 4315 as it used to be. I have not found where it's moved to. But diligent exercise in research would find that, but it's not needed. So I'll show you here why it's not needed here shortly. But right here it says documentary stamp taxes. So if they're portraying that a transfer of assets was made through a collateral documentation, then they have to put a stamp on the document showing that the taxes were paid. In other words, the fees were paid for the proper party to take that property from point A to point B, a delivery service. And thus, taxes are duly paid by stamp. The delivery service is the post office, the Postal Global Trust Services, so that anything you post in any account, no matter what venue it is, no matter what jurisdiction they pose, as it posts, pose and post are the same thing. So when they pose that you are a national citizen, that is a false posting. How do we know? There is no stamp on any document that declares a nationality conferred. And there is no birth registration in the United States. Therefore, there can be no origin of a birth certificate in the United States. 18 U.S.C. 7, special maritime territorial jurisdiction, extends that jurisdiction to the states, and therefore the states take upon the delegation of an enumeration at birth, which is, again, a false declaration of nationality and residency. So now they've taken one falseness and created a second falseness in the same action. You fucking transgender bitches doing the same fucking thing the U.S. government is, and then trying to use the government as your daddy to support your fucking psychotic insanity. Subchapter: Issuance of capital stock and certificates of indebtedness by a corporation. So when the hospital issued a certificate of live birth, they created a document of indebtedness. A certificate was then created proving the transfer of that indebtedness to you. Sales or transfers of capital stock, capital being a prerogative word in both, and certificates or indebtedness of a corporation. The individual proves not to be a corporation. How do we know this? Because under the laws of the United States, you have to be corporatized or organized, not corporatized, but organized under the laws of the United States at 12 USC 614 and have a valid contract with the Federal Reserve for taxation purposes for the nil, M-I-L-L, the nil, the 1/1000th conveyances, policies issued by foreign insurers. So let me ask you, if you think that you're covered by insurance and that covers you domestically, did you ask that insurer if he is foreign and has his foreign agent registration certificate? If not, you have fallen subject to a false contract of insurance. And this is a securities fraud, and it is dependent upon your signature as someone securitizing the document, known as a securities broker, and must have a Series 7 license to do such transactions. Miscellaneous provisions applicable as to affixed. See the difference between a stamp and a seal. When they say they use their device to notarize a document and they put that stamp in there, that's not a stamp according to the documentary stamp taxes, because the documentary stamp has to be affixed on the document. It cannot be impressed into the document, as in UCC 3-402 says, the authorized representative giving an unambiguous signature on the instrument is therefore not liable for the person named in the instrument. So again, I urge you, if you think you're a debtor of any sort, go ahead and fill out a UCC 11 and ask the state if they have any debts listed against your name, and then call up the Treasury Offset Program and ask them the same question. And I guarantee you they're both going to say no. So when the county treasurer gives you a financial index and says you owe a debt, where is the missing documentation? Why has it not gone through the proper channels of notice so that the United States Supreme Court can have the proper diplomatic channels to notice the foreign entity? Where is it? It's not there. Otherwise, they would all be noticed that I am a foreign diplomat. Instead, they placate that I'm a national, and therefore they get to abuse them. How fucking honorable, huh? Greetings. I don't know who's in the back there, but you're up front. You got your mic on. Please welcome and say hello. Hello. Okay, well, I'm going to remove the dot. welcome to come back up as long as you can tell me who you are, what you want. Otherwise, you just sit in the back. All right. And chat's open on the side there. You can chat and let me know. I'm not on screen, so I don't know what's going picture-wise. So if you want to show me, you have to chat the chat and let me know you want to show, whatever it is. But I'm going to get on with the show because the next one, as we scroll down, issuance of capital stock and certificate of indebtedness by a corporation. So every certificate has to be issued by a corporation. So when we look at that chain of title, again, as it relates to expenses incidental to transfer of title to the agency, expenses incidental to transfer of title to the United States, and expenses incidental to transfer of title to the Postal Service. Why is it no one is following the expenses incidental to transfer title to the Postal Service for everything they're supposed to be posting and placing the proper tax stamp on the documentation? Where is it, and why is everybody else accusing me of violating the law? When I can prove in, on, and for the record, they, in fact, are the ones that are violating the law and not me by their presumptions. Issuance of capital stock and similar interests. Okay, the similar interests isn't just in the United States. The similar interest is in the Postal Global Trust Services. See, those Postal Global Trust Services are trust services for all of the nations along on the planet, on this earth, and the people. See, that's what that global trust is for. It's not just for the United States. So who owes the true obligation? Is it just the United States, or is the Postal Global Trust Service the true obligor? Aren't they the ones that are keeping track of all the records? Aren't they the ones enumerating them in all the national archives around the world? Isn't that the original vital statistics jurisdiction at the international level? Isn't that why Social Security and child support is all held and regulated at the international level? While all you parents that are seeking child support and custody relief still placating to some fictional family court at a county or municipal level. Because you don't know your true voice. Issuance of capital stock and similar interest, that interest in the obligation of the United States as to protecting the principal, which is your interest. You are the principal and they are the obligation. They hold that obligation for all posting, because they also hold an obligation to the post office to carry that United States Postal Service registered agent symbol under the trademark. That's their obligation. And through that obligation, they hold an obligation to the people. Recapitalization, imposition of tax. There is hereby imposed on each original issue of shares or certificates of stock issued by a corporation. The original issue is the certificate of live birth at the hospital. That is the original issue. And if it's not properly stamped or certified in one way or another in accordance to the law, the letter of the law, then it is not valid. And everything that happened after that is not valid. You cannot validate something that wasn't valid from the beginning. You have to go all the way back to the beginning and start anew. Whether an organization or reorganization. And like I said, you're operating in a bankruptcy. And therefore, you're partaking in that bankruptcy. Greetings, Steve and Chris. How you doing tonight? Well, we just lost Steve.
Oh, greetings. It's Chris. How's it going?
Evening. How you doing tonight?
Oh, good enough. I was trying to get on my other computer. and the speaker's not working. So,
Oh, is that who was up? That was you up here earlier? Okay.
yeah, it's just my other computer that I use for my consulting firm. I have a different avatar name on there. So
Yes.
yeah,
Wow.
go ahead. You keep making me saner and saner. You know, a lot of people I have a lot of issue with others who are equally as ignorant as myself. So really appreciate your rhetoric. And you keep going with what you're talking about.
And that's part of the problem. That's why I urge people to just shut the fuck up sometimes. I had to learn to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
So I'm not asking anybody to do anything I didn't do. I'm not calling everybody a bitch ass slave because I didn't recognize myself as a bitch ass slave. I'm not calling everybody a fool because I didn't recognize myself as a fool. So in my opinion, if we again get back to the concise English and learn what the letter of the law is saying and learn what the spirit of law is as opposed to the letter of law, we can contest the record and correct it according to the law. And that means it needs to be expunged. Because if the error was in the beginning of the manualization of a record keeping, then that is the error and it needs to be corrected. And this is why I told Nubs earlier, the problem is they're making a manual declaration instead of heralding the spirit. So you're supposed to, with mom and dad, even if you go to the hospital to do this stuff, you just correct the paperwork. It doesn't mean you have to go and placate to a home birth. I wish you would, because it is a natural thing. And people placate in this modern age that they need a doctor to help them give birth, and that's wrong. You really need to get back to your nature so that when the shit hits the fan and people give birth naturally, they know what to do with certain problems that the doctors know what to do, but you don't. I really urge people to start taking upon midwives and correcting the record. So let's get back to this. As I said, 1 mil. It says add a tax rate of 10 cents on each $100. So 10 cents on a dollar is 1/1000th, or major fraction thereof of the actual value of the certificates. So if there was no transfer to begin with, so no actual value was established, then what is the value of the transactions that occurred afterward? You have to be able to figure those out and say, well, if there was no value established then there is no value. Let's start anew. Okay? And this is why when my companion was threatened with the health association around here, the medical association, saying that they weren't going to serve my companion anymore unless she paid past due bills, I asked them for a true bill. And when they sent me this 7-page document of a bunch of numbers and a minus here and there with no pluses, no multiplications, no division signs, no dollar signs, no implication of dollars anywhere, cents, nothing, I let them know that I saw it as an impossible mathematical equation that no one can figure out. So as soon as you can figure it out and portray it to me in the right manner, then I might be able to accept it. You got 14 days. I think that's reasonable for a 7-page document that placates to be a simple plus or minus mathematical equation. I gave him 30 days. It didn't happen. So I gave him another 30 days, letting him know that a final judgment would be made. Excuse me, I gave him 14 days. I went well over the 14 days and came back months later, I think 3 months later, and sent him a final judgment letter letting him know I was appreciative of their acceptance of zero value for zero value. It's been 2 years ago. There's one almost 4 years ago they sent through the mail for the city or the clerk of courts in a windowed envelope. And there was no address on the right side of the envelope. So I let them know what the real deal was. And I sent it right back to them and abated it on the instrument, letting them know I knew of their fraud of the post office's involvement in the fraud, the treasurer's involvement by using a capital name in an envelope and no address on the envelope? Yeah, you go ahead. I'm going to be the first one to do that audit. On every document you want to pose as being true and correct, when I've got an envelope that I abated right on it for the securities fraud by the customs agent and the securities agent. Now, how much you want to play in them securities? You want to keep playing? Because I don't. I customize everything as the customer. And until you realize the power of letting your word be your word, you're not going to be able to speak boldly as you ought to. You're never going to be able to bring the weight of two witnesses because your ego won't let you overcome your own goddamn self. You're sitting there fighting with the one that you're supposed to be coming to peace with so that you can come to peace with others. And that's the part you fail. Or the shares where no certificates are issued. The shares. See, they issue certificates and shares. What are the shares? My brother Derek Gonzalez spoke about this one time, caught him in the act, and that's what he uses against him today. Because when they say they shredded a case, they didn't mean they shredded it by putting in a manual shredder and it's destroyed. They mean they took a little share of it and sold it off. And then there's another share. Just like you go down to the store and you see some guy that's offering his mowing services and he's got this advertisement, and then right below you got a bunch of strips that you can tear off. That's a share of his services. It's the same damn thing. And he shredded it himself so he could share it. And he's got a little name and address or something on there, name and phone number so you can call him. That's a share. What did he share? He's sharing his knowledge and his services. He's making an offer. Information of contract, and he's doing it through an international security number, a phone number, an address. Both of those are international securities. The tax imposed by this section shall be computed on the basis of all certificates or shares so issued by the corporation on each day. Does that say they're issuing them daily? What's that stock exchange all about? You understand now? See, if they're selling 370 million shares at a penny a share per day, that's still $37 million a day. Excuse me. Yeah. No, $3.7 million a day. Just at a penny a share. How much do you think you're worth now? Because that's at a penny a share. And the tax on that is a mil, 1/1000th. So think about that. Recapitalization. In the case of a recapitalization, what is a recapitalization? Is that when they take the upper and lowercase name and capitalize it for national use of title as opposed to a name? The tax imposed by Section 4301 shall be that proportion of the tax computed on the certificates or on the shares where no certificates are issued. Issued in the recapitalization, that one, the amount dedicated as capital for the first time by recapitalization, whether by a transfer of earned surplus or otherwise, bears to the total actual value of certificates or shares issued in the recapitalization. So did mom go give birth or did she bear some shares? You see how the language gets ambiguous and you really need to learn how it's used appropriately? It's pretty funny how people won't pay attention to a lot of the things right in front of them, particularly the news and media that presents these bullshit stories to you, let alone look up the promises that are already made according to their statutes and executive orders. We're going to get into that here pretty soon too. So let's see here. Exemptions, common trust funds. The tax imposed by Section 4301 shall not apply to the issue of shares or certificates of a common trust fund as defined in Section 584. Guess what? Social Security is a thrift trust fund because you're a bunch of spendthrifts that don't know how the finances work. And so when you're 18, you turn around and take upon the benefit of those public liabilities as if you know what the fuck you're doing, and you don't. When instead, if your mom and dad haven't heralded your arrival, that's what you should be doing. But again, I was a fool. I was a bitch-ass slave just like everybody else. So the excuse is that mom and dad never taught me. Hosea 4:6, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. My people are perished for lack of knowledge. And if you're not going to be a priest unto me, then I must deny you. And if you can't be a priest of me unto your children, I must deny your children as well. Pooled investment funds. So when they take all of the births in the state born on a certain day, and they pool them together and place them in a thrift trust fund, they are pooling the investments. It's an investigation started by an informant who was issuing a signature that was collateralized as an asset, and yet no tax document stamp was affixed anywhere that I know of. I've not seen one yet. Not one. You know why? Because once you affix a tax stamp on it and the collateral is exchanged, it duly becomes a private issue and not a public one. It remains public if it's under administration. If the transfer actually happens, it remains in execution because it was executed properly from one side to the other. So there was no involvement of administration. It was merely comprehension of the letter of the law. Issuance of, the next one. Affixing of stamps. This is where I'm clarifying. You cannot use a stamping device to place a ink pattern on top of anything and call it affixed to it, because it doesn't get affixed to it. Okay, so when you see those envelopes that have that red or black franking stamp on it, it's not a stamp. It was ink that was impressed into the envelope. Language is specific. The law is specific. The stamps representing 18 U.S.C. 8, stamps and other representatives of value. So the stamps representing the tax imposed is a stamp that represents a tax, where you can create a stamp that represents a value of credit. Oh, you didn't know that? Oh, you didn't read it somewhere? Oh, you didn't hear me say it and then do your research on it? That's too bad. That's too bad that you didn't do that and then want to sit there and make fun of me as if though the stamps are false and that I'm committing fraud under 18 U.S.C. 581 or 518, excuse me, because I guarantee you, if the post office thought I was committing fraud, they wouldn't pass it through their system and put a little ink impression into the document, the article, the dispatch, proving that they recognized it and allowed it to go through their system. You'd think that the one that would be pressing the fraud charges would be the post office if you were violating their postal rules under 18 U.S.C. 518. You know, counterfeiting stamps. See, counterfeiting a stamp is making a stamp just like another one in the same form to make it look like their stamp, but being deceptive. Whereas you create your own stamp, it's not a counterfeit. It's not a forgery. So 18 USC 518 does not apply, particularly to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8. Original creators. And just as they can create a stamp, you ask anyone that collects stamps if they know this, and I guarantee you many of them won't. Can you create your own stamp? I guarantee you, you can, because we do. And again, if the post office thought we were committing fraud, they'd be the one pushing the fraud charges. So when you placate that you're going to show that I'm committing fraud by making homemade stamps, you got a lot to prove, buddy. You're going up against the post office, not me. The letter of the law. So let's continue on. By Section 4301 shall be affixed to the stock books or corresponding records of an organization, and not to the certificates issued. And not the certificates issued. Let me see if I can pull something up. Let me see here. I might have to find it somewhere else and bring it up later if I can find it. But anyway, it relates to Regulation Z and debits. Because a debit is a cancellation of a certificate. So if there's a certificate there and you're using debit, you're canceling it. Why would you want to cancel a certificate? Cross references. For definitions, penalties, and other general and administrative provisions applicable to this part, see sections 4381 and 4384 of subtitle F. Amended section substituting 4384 for 4383. Amendment of section, Okay. The next part, part 2, issuance of certificates of indebtedness. Very first one is imposition of tax. Renewals as to recapitalization, because once you cancel the certificate, you canceled the capital on it. And so when you reissue another certificate, it's a renewal and a recapitalization. Bond as security for debt. The bond is the security for debt. So if the bond is not provable as valid by a transfer stamp proving that the taxes have been paid, then it fails the security test. It fails the security test. It cannot be securitized until the imposition of tax is recognized. There is hereby imposed on all certificates of indebtedness issued by a corporation, not the individual, a tax at the rate of 11 cents on each $100 of face value or fraction thereof. Conveyances, see section 4361. Definition, see 4181. Exemption, see 4182. Transfer of bonds. So it's the bond that holds the supposed value, because it's the transfer, and everything else is a transaction thereof. Transfer is the transfer of an asset via collateral undertaking of documentation that must be given a fee for doing such work. This is the only reason for a tax, is to have somebody to do the paperwork, wherein the value sits in the bond, and that is what they're supposedly transferring. And it's the certificate of indebtedness that proves the bond. But once you cancel it, the bond's already transferred now. Now you transfer the bond. So it's a false process by itself. But as I showed you the other day in the video last week sometime, in regards to the post office, a debit card used at retail is to be used as a credit card if it is a MasterCard or Visa. And yet every time you get a receipt, it says US debit. So again, that process is failing because they're using it as a debit and canceling the certificate. They have no right to cancel the certificate if it's to be treated as a credit or debit. It proves that the true certificate of indebtedness by a corporation is proving that they are indebted to the individual. But by canceling the certificate, there is no proof of indebtedness. So how do they move forward on that debt? You see where I'm going? At this moment, I want to take a minute to remind everybody to hit the like, share, and subscribe button. And Steve, I don't know what's going on with your device there, but keep trying, brother. You might have to sit in the back till I come up because I'm not watching the back room right away or immediately. I'm doing my readings, so I have to pop back and forth. But hit those like, share, and subscribe buttons, folks. There's a PayPal link in there for anybody that wants to share some love. And what do you got, brother Chris? What do you think so far?
Interestingly enough, I spent several hours today reading the entire website of the United States bankruptcy courts. And interestingly enough, not a thing that you're talking about was mentioned in those manuals or any of the rhetoric or even the forms that are on that website.
Because that's a different process. They want you to be involved in that bankruptcy. And in order for them to placate that they're a sufficient company, they have to have the individual claim they're bankrupt.
Well, all the forms are very revealing of that, in truth.
Oh yeah, I've got a bunch of forms. I got fucking.
But their babble is ridiculous. It rarely should anyone that studied the English language be able to comprehend what those forms actually intend to convey.
Oh yeah, I printed up a mass number of forms as they relate to my companion situation, and like I said, those forms are quite revealing, and were very revealing in regards to my own research. And what I found out is those forms aren't valid. Those treasury forms really aren't valid because, again, what they're doing is they're placating that certificate is true and valid, where they established a treasury direct account in your name. And that's a false accounting again. All those
and
postings,
especially the Pacer accounts. I just read the entire Pacer website also, and that's how they're running the. Every attorney sets up an account through Pacer.
Yeah, it's related to the IOLTA account. What is it? Interest on lawyers trust account. So it's a trust account, and it's still a false account because the accounting is putting a value in there based on the client, and the client, according to their structure, is not a corporate entity. and therefore, that as it relates to individual cases anyway, the individual certificates are not valid, and they're still using them as if though they are, but they can't possibly be valid if the value is incorrect. And that
Right.
value is the important part. There was no actual transfer of value anywhere. It was just created and it made an estimate as a presumption.
Well, after reading those sites and contemplating what the rhetoric is saying, essentially is that every single charge that's coming through there is pretty much a suit for non-payment of taxes.
Yes, because the document's tax stamp is not there.
Right.
And so what they're doing is they're administrating a probate estate because nobody's come forth with a living will at the age of majority. And they know there's someone out there at the age of majority because they have no death record. See, they don't have a death record to match the birth certificate. So they know someone's out there. And so anybody that answers to it, they're going to say, okay, you're the surety. You're the surety. And that's false. Because again, that certificate and that bonding was never accurate. Bond as security for death.
What they're saying in their rhetoric is that we represent the principal surety, not that we're the surety itself. That we're supposed to represent in their fictional game the principal surety.
Right. And then the United States is a secondary surety. But that's false because we're the principal in fact, and the co-surety is the state because the individual's name and number identify the record, not the individual himself.
So all the information that the attorneys and the members of the BAR are given to the trustees, it's pretty much false information.
All of it is. And I want everybody to think about this. It's in the etymology. Ask them, do you think I'm supposed to believe those comments on that documentation as they are? And they're going to say, well, yeah, doesn't it make sense to you? And my immediate comeback is going to be to the etymology of comment, and that it is an invention, fabrication, and fiction of their own mentality based on other people's objective views without considering my own subjective objectivity. When you learn how to use the concise language, you can tear up every document they make because of that one statement I just made. It's in order according to the way they believe. They believe it's true. And they believe so because they subject themselves under other people's objective views and placate that 98% of the people jumping off the bridge did so because it was true.
Guess we lost Keith. There you are.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, guys. Kara says you got the responsibility. I'm going to grab back out and see if you can hold the responsibility there, brother. All right. No, we're going to continue on here. Sorry about that, folks. I don't know what happened there. but we're going to get back at it here. So it says here, like we read earlier, bond as security for debt. In the case where a bond conditioned for the repayment or payment of money is given in a penal sum. So it's always in a penal sum. That's that mill. It's a military mill. It's a military fiat. So it is a penal sum. Greater than the debt secured, the tax imposed by Section 4311 shall be based upon the amount secured. Based upon the amount secured. So if the amount was zero to start with, they cannot secure it. It doesn't matter what amount they put on that paperwork. It was never secured. Then they go on to exemptions and stuff. And like I said, folks, exemptions are only there once you enter into that organizational standard. 12 USC 614. You have to have a communication with the Federal Reserve for tax purposes to organize as a corporate entity big enough with a board of directors to put forth a quorum vote. If that is not established and recorded as such, it never happened. And that's the only basis for the certificate of live birth, so that it can be established and conditioned upon an organization, not an individual. Clear and deceptive forms. Everything is operating on a corporate taxation certificate of indebtedness of corporation, and they are saying you are the corporation. And that's false. You cannot be a firm, you cannot be an investment firm without having the proper board of directors to hire an attorney to represent you in an administrative court. It's an impossibility by their own letter of the law. Affixing of stamps. The stamps representing the tax imposed by Section 4321 shall be affixed to the books of the corporation in case of a sale, where the evidence of the transfer is shown only by the books of the corporation. So let's go back and take a look at this vital statistics, where the birth log creates that exact thing. Because when you go over here, all of a sudden, you've got a local registrar and a birth certificate sale. So the intent, local registrar, birth certificate sale was from the birth clerk to the vital records office, where the state vital statistics jurisdiction is recorded, and then they issue that certificate for sale. The certificate for sale sits at the local registrar for that transfer. Okay? That's why you have a certificate of live birth that you can get through the local registrar and a birth certificate that you can get through the vital records office. They are the matching documents. Neither one of them will have a stamp, and therefore you can put them together, write out your directive, put a stamp on it, send everybody a copy, and let them know you have that and holding in an escrow for its actual value of the securities audit for expenses incidental of transfer of that title all the way to the post office, so that they can hold it appropriately in private and not publicly at the local registrar where everybody has access to it.
Well, that would be the sacrament of penance to pay the tax, wouldn't it?
Exactly. And that's what everybody fails. The tax the tax that's supposed to be paid is the heralding. That's where you balance the books. It only takes a few slight words of the word of God to dismiss all of the millions of words that will be recorded in the future if you do not.
So if I created a $1 stamp and affix that to certain respective documents, then essentially I would have been granting the redemption, so I no longer have to perform the sacrament of penance for the United States.
Correct. And that's what that 1.00 stamp is. It's not a dollar stamp. There's no dollar on it. It just says 1 in uppercase, and then point or period, and then 00 in a lowercase. Okay, it's very important to understand the style of this shit, people.
How about the U with the U and the S together, making the most? The U and S together makes a dollar symbol. The old school dollar symbols that they used on old typewriters.
Yep. And I remember those. My mom was worked for the government all of her life. She was one of the fastest typists I've ever known. She had typewriters when she was a kid, and she passed them on to me. And that's where I've learned my typing skills, was on those old typewriters. And he's absolutely correct. They did used to have a US dollar sign symbol made out of the U and the S. So no matter who wants to dispute it, all you got to do is go to an antique store or look it up online, antique typewriter keyboard, and you will see it yourself. It's not going to exist in the books anymore.
Well, that's pointing to the aspect of lawful money, right?
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Instead of the one bar or the dotted line bar that goes through the S now, that's only indicating credits on account,
Correct.
and not weights and measures of lawful money substance.
Correct. Mm-hmm. Because you can't, in today's modern age, when they removed the gold clause, what they did was they changed the measure, the standard of measure, like you said, to credits. And that's the whole conversion. If you read Senate document number 43, history of money banking gold clause, you will hopefully realize that you simply have to place your terms and conditions. And in those terms and conditions, it's very important to construct all of your contracts as a private trust. Each and every one.
So our authorship of that postal money order is the gold.
Correct.
Credit granted, because
right.
That's right.
Gold, okay. Gold being AU, and then AU, as we saw earlier, is as in the audit. What is AU? Value. That converts to a value system. So AU is a value system, and then you do it by digital, DIT, dits and dots. This is Morse code.
So when we're authoring something, we create value through our authorship, right?
Yes, and that's why we're supposed to make sure we coin our words or purse our lips. Every a word fitly spoken is like golden apples in silver frames. That's your gold. That's your silver. You have to learn the words. Oops, wrong one. The 1.00 stamp is your stamp. You have to create it. They're going to have the dollar signs and values on them, and even these forever stamps. That's one of the things they're doing with the forever stamps, is trying to dismiss the actual symbolage that you're supposed to be using. And so, like we just got discussing, the US dollar sign with the U and the S placated a weight and measure that was actual value of gold and silver by its weight. Today's US dollar sign is just a S with a one line through it, which represents a credit system, a credit accounting only. And so there is no true weights and measures of gold or silver. The weight and measure is in the words. Negotiable instruments. Legal tender today is defined as negotiable instruments. Learn how to negotiate by reading Senate document number 43, History of Money, Banking, Contracts Payable in Gold. You learn how to change and convert the value. That's all it is. So let's see here. I don't think there's much left here that I wanted to go over. Double check. Yeah, I think that's it there. So let's go to the next one, folks. Because the next one is the tax code itself. And one of the things I want to show you about this tax code, like I've mentioned before, this tax code, you'll notice every code has notes. Every code has notes, and a note is a promise. Again, Hebrews 6, verse 17, willing more abundantly to shew unto the inheritors of his immutable promise to seek his counsel. That was the first promise. This promise here negates itself in the very language that it poses. And I'm going to show you how. Because here we have under notes one thing. Well, there's actually several things, but the one thing I want to point out. But before I do, I want to point out this. Every other code I've seen starts out with its titles. It doesn't start out with the public law. The public law is listed down below as the authority. Whereas this one here puts the public law right up front. Now watch what happens when we look at the notes. See, this one starts out with this, and under notes, it's that very code. The following tables have been prepared as aids in comparing with pairing. You're going to pair things up. Provisions provided of the Internal Revenue Code of 1954, redesignated the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 by Public Law 99-514 at 2, October 2nd, 1986, 100 Stat 2095. The very same code here. So under the notes, the promise, it starts out with the promise. So when we look at the notes for that promise, it says, with provisions of the Internal Revenue Code of 1939. Then it says, no inferences, implications, or presumptions of legislative construction or intent are to be drawn or made by reason of such tables. So the federal intent of taxation cannot be drawn. The state intent of taxation cannot be drawn. Why? Because there remains an inference that you are a national citizen. There's an inference that you are a state resident. There's an implication that somehow you are a federal, state, or municipal officer or agent whose resident presence is deemed necessary by the board, when in fact, all you've done all your life presumptively has been volunteering to fill out all of those forms, just like mom as an informant. And you have not stepped up in the true capacity as principal and corrected the words, terms, and conditions on those forms, and therefore the presumption lies. The presumption lies. Greetings, Stephen. How you doing today, brother? The presumption lies. Hello. Greetings, Stephen. How you doing today? We can hear your background.
Oh shit!
Yeah, you're live, brother.
Hello.
Smile,
hello.
Greetings. So, what we're looking at here is the fact that none of the even that passport.
It's delayed. It's delayed.
Okay. All those documentations require you to sign. Why are they requiring you to sign? They're requiring you to sign to securitize something. Yet that securitization is not true. In fact, it remains a presumption, and I'm going to show you why. The presumption is, that's correct, truth and empowerment. You cannot be a fiction. And that is the presumption.
Shot, we're on TV.
Legal fiction. The legal fiction is when they take the given name and the family name. That's two names. Count them. One name. Two names. You learned that in kindergarten. And made a legal name. Keith Little. As if though it's one name, but it consists of two elements. A legal fiction is an assumption and acceptance of something as fact by a court. So they assume it. They're saying right there that they assume it. Although it may not be true, and they assume it to allow a rule to operate or be applied in a manner that differs from its original purpose while leaving the letter of the law unchanged. Oops, I forgot to switch over. The legal fiction, again, this is on Cornell Law School, is a assumption and acceptance of something as fact by a court. Although it may not be true, to allow for a rule to operate or be applied in a manner that differs from its original purpose while leaving the letter of the law unchanged. While leaving the letter of the law unchanged. So they've dismissed the letter of the law by an assumption. And that assumption is that you have no spirituality and can't stand up and act like a man. Because the simple truth of it is, as a full-grown boy, knowing how to read and write, no inferences, implications, or presumptions of legislative construction or intent are to be drawn or made by reason of such tables. And as I said before, when they pose that penal penalty, that penal fine in a certain sum, a sum certain, there is a tax attached to it. And that is the purpose, is because they collect the tax for doing the paperwork. They don't give a fuck who else shares in that $639 fine as long as they get their tax. That's what keeps their ball rolling. But in the event that that $639 that the principal pays goes out and then comes back in and is unclaimed, it becomes abandoned and then they can claim it. So as long as you don't know the fallacy of the legal fiction, they will keep pulling you into those courts, placating that they somehow managed to get your voluntary consent to appear in court as a defendant to gain personal jurisdiction. I don't know how many people voluntarily go into court when there's a threat of arrest and detention, threat of arrest and jail time if they don't. Okay? So the legal fiction is the problem. When they take the given name and the family name and translate it to a legal name through the enumeration at birth, there is no documentation stating that that legal name is in fact established and organized under the laws of the United States to conduct such business transactions as filling out applications, registrations, titles, licenses, and otherwise. It's false. Reasons for creating legal fiction can vary, but legal fictions are typically designed to achieve convenience, consistency, equity, or justice. Equity in law. The term equity refers to a particular set of remedies. The remedy is to go back to the beginning and fix it. If it can't be fixed, it was never meant to be. Okay? So, if you can't fix the resident determination that it was never meant to be that I be a federal, state, or municipal officer or agent whose resident presence is deemed necessary by the board. Sorry, I'm not qualified as a Series 7 broker. I can't broker your securities. I can no longer sign those documents. I can no longer use the Social Security number, which is the thing that they're securitizing on the front side of that card, which is the public side, which is in operation in bankruptcy, and therefore automatically creates a debit, because as a bankrupt organization, you cannot give credit because you are in fact bankrupt and have no assets. Therefore, when I try to give the number on the back and they don't allow it, then there's a problem. See, that's why that stamp goes through. It's got the number on the back, converted so it routes through privately, not publicly, laying a liability on the record. That's not my intent. So the next one. (20 CFR 422.104). Who can be assigned a Social Security number? And this goes under employees' benefits. So it must be an employee. If you're going to be assigned a Social Security number so you can take upon the benefits, and it says employee benefits, then you're applying for an employee number to be an employee, not an employer. You get it? So let's take a look. It says persons, which includes an individual, and others such as corporations and such. Eligible. That means you have to be eligible to partake in the bankruptcy. Now, why would you be eligible to partake in the bankruptcy if you're a creditor? You wouldn't. You'd be a creditor unto them, but you wouldn't partake in the bankruptcy. This is where they got you. By filling that SS5 out, you are partaking in the bankruptcy, because there's no way you can assert that you are the creditor unless you know those routings. And this is what they don't understand. That's exactly what those routings are. But too many people go around thinking that they can be part of the Social Security Administration and never read the laws, particularly the Social Security Act. My mom worked for Social Security for 29 years. I guarantee she never read the Social Security Act. I guarantee you many of these people down at Social Security office don't read the Social Security Act. They just do what their bosses tell them. For SS number, assignment. So an assignment is a grant of a contract as a contestant in competitive contracting. And if you don't know how to contract two words together and make a conditional element, then maybe you shouldn't be contracting. We can assign you, meaning they are the grantee, assigning you a Social Security number as a trustee. An assignment is an assignment of a trustee. You don't assign beneficiaries, you name them. A trustee is an entitlement. A beneficiary is not. You, a Social Security number, if you meet the evidence requirements in 422.107 and you are a United States citizen, an impossibility. So let's look at this U term that they have highline blue lighted, or blue light highlined. U means an individual, not a corporation, not a company, not an association, an individual. There's only one term used here, an individual. They didn't use person, which would include individual, corporation, financial institution, LLC, so many others. It says individual.
And what is their definition of individual there, according to the IRM?
I'll show you. You means an individual who owes a debt to the United States within the scope of this subpart. You means an individual who owes a debt to the United States. 5 USC 552A. Five USC 552A. 5 US code is employees. The agencies generally. So you're not an executive, you're an employee of an agency, federal, state, or municipal officer or agent. And the claim is a resident. And they deal with civil service functions and responsibilities, employees, ethics requirements. That's it. So the falseness is that we can assign you, meaning that somehow you owe a debt to the United States before the assignment. It's an impossibility, folks. Impossibility. If you don't understand the concise English, then maybe you've been duped. Maybe you've been duped. Because I assure you, this here, for all tax purposes, this is the promise, and it clearly states, which is the same thing as the notes, which is a promise. No inferences, implications, or presumptions of legislative construction or intent are to be drawn or made by reason of such tables. So 48 CFR 52.212-5, Federal Acquisitions Regulation. Legislative intent clearly says contract terms and conditions required to implement statutes or executive orders - commercial items or commercial services. Period. There is no way that these people are supposed to be making these inferences, and neither should you. And because both of you are doing so, the record is in error. And because there's only one person that can stand up and do so, it is you. It is only you that will ever be able to do that. That's the only way that record will ever be corrected. Why are you insisting on entering documents into their administrative court telling them there's something wrong and not knowing what's wrong? You have to know what's wrong.
It seems that it's more profitable and expedient to maintain the noble lie.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check my audio here. Somebody says I'm echoing. Let me turn it down a little bit. How's that? Nope, still echoing. I got echo cancellation on. Somebody, you got your device on in the background somewhere else, another device somewhere?
Maybe if I turn my mic off, it'll go away.
Yeah, folks, I don't know what it is with the mic and headphone stuff, but I've always had better success with just a straight audio. I don't use mics and headphones much. So let's go back to this vital statistics thing again. Because again, folks, if this part right here is not instituted correctly, they establish a manual input, creating the record of a man which is okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the establishment of this at this point. But you have to be aware that at some point in time, if you go to that hospital, they're going to want to continue that manual record. And this is where you have to stop it. No, I'm not here to create the establishment of a legal fiction. I'm here to herald the word of our Father which art in heaven, that he has granted me as a trustee to bring forth a man and discharge him of my waters. And once he took that breath of life, he became a living soul, and I am his mother, and this is his father on earth, and we will not allow anyone to make merchandise of our child, a child of God. You shall not kidnap him. And the only way to put that evil away from amongst you is to stop that record right here, folks. In my opinion. You have to stop that record. You can create another manual record later on when he's full grown and he's reached the age of majority upon your discernment, whether that be at 15 years of age or 28 years of age. I don't give a rat's ass, but he should be founded in his mom and dad's teaching of the word, not the manualization of his education. Back to the transgender shit, sending your children to a public education center and then crying why they're fags. Fucking idiots. And if anybody feel offended by that, that's fine. Remember, they're just comments, written or spoken. They're inventions, fabrications, and fictions of my own fucking mind. You don't like it? Kiss off. Go suck someone's cock. Anyway, like I said, this is the establishment of a vital statistics record jurisdiction process for a state vital records jurisdiction that was not due. You cannot create an invention, fabrication, and fiction of all kinds of comments for a vital records jurisdiction. That is babble. To say that your inventions, fabrications, and fictions are vital to the state records. And somehow it magically has some kind of jurisdiction. You show me this record. You show me its jurisdiction to overspeak my word as I am a pass-through for the word of truth. You show me how those inventions, fabrications, and fiction supersede the excited utterances that we hear throughout history in regards to ancient scriptures. You babbling idiots. Hallelujah for the word of truth. And you placate to have some kind of authority because you're just doing your job, and you're placating that boss has authority over you, and therefore you have authority over another man. You fucking insane motherfuckers. Anyway, this record, like I said, is dependent upon this one thing, a birth certificate sale. This is the only document that they put up for sale in regards to these records. It's the only document that supposedly has any value to give all the other documents. Yet it's all the other documents that they placate has some kind of value externally before it's moved into their jurisdiction that has no central point of authority except this supposed birth clerk. I want to know what kind of authority this birth clerk has. Huh? See, clerk is cleric, just like the fucking doctors taking a Hippocratic oath to Apollo and the Greek gods. I want to know how much this motherfucking birth clerk has for authority. fictional bullshit. State Health Department. State Health Department. And the vital records is within that. It has an office within that. Vital record system for state Medicaid. The only purpose is for the state Medicaid. And then you get a DMV license identification for that Medicaid purpose. You are buying and selling insurance contracts, and then you vote through voter registration for the president to tell you how to buy and sell those contracts. You're not even fucking qualified to buy and sell. And you think your vote counts. You ignorant fucking bitch-ass slaves. And we see here the Vital Records Office is a separate and independent interjurisdictional exchange. Interjurisdictional exchange. So if you're not part of the administration, they're not supposed to be exchanging the jurisdiction. But because you placate through that SS5 that you're part of the administration, now they get to go and do what they call forum shopping. Who else is going to bring you this kind of truth, folks? Material facts in evidence, in, on, and forth, their record, their words. And you know that Miranda rights, anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You think that's not a quid pro quo? You think you can't use that with equal consideration? You most certainly can. Forum shopping. Forum shopping refers to the practice of pursuing a claim subject to concurrent jurisdiction, just like Paul talks about. Concurrent means there's two jurisdictions that concur with each other, and therefore they can swap them jurisdictions in the court that will treat the claim most favorably. Forum shopping can occur between courts in different states, between federal and state courts in the same state, or between courts in separate countries. While forum shopping is still permitted under limited circumstances, the practice is generally discouraged in modern legal system due to the Erie Doctrine and conflict of law rules. Erie Doctrine. Erie Doctrine is a binding principle where federal courts exercising diversity jurisdiction apply federal procedure law to the federal rules of civil procedure. Must also apply state substantive law. This is the dual jurisdiction of state resident and United States citizen under federal civil procedures. Again, if you're not part of that civilian population, then even the federal rules don't apply. Do you not understand their forum jurisdiction, their forum shopping? You notice it's not going to claim equity. See, it's a court of law or a court of equity. So in their courts of law, they can forum shop, but you cannot forum shop for equity. Equity is what ought be done. Period. Forum selection clause. A contractual agreement that designates the court and location where parties would like to have their legal dispute decided is commonly known as a forum selection clause. And so when you filled out the SS5 in concurrent with the exclusive vital statistics jurisdiction, according to your individual self, you did your own forum shopping without naming the forum. You left it open and ambiguous to all forums because you didn't make your national statement and attach an additional document stating that you were of age and majority, and any and all securities that might have been bound up until your age of majority through the prior records shall now be released. Full acquittance and discharge. For that record is wrong. People forgot to herald the original appearance or original coming, the original spiritual living soul, the child of God, tired of being treated like a bitch-ass slave. Oops, we lost Chris again. Somebody's asking for this document. There you go. Link is in the chat, folks. Where may some find this diagram, please? And so also, when you look at that diagram, folks, remember, it's going to show you everything that's connected. It's going to show you right where the money goes and everything. See this Steve and Sam's? What does Steve stand for? Steve. Through Steve, Vital Records. State and territorial exchange of vital events. State and territorial exchange of vital events. State and territorial exchange of vital events. 18 U.S.C. 7, Special Maritime Territorial Jurisdiction. Stamps and other representatives of value. That's 18 U.S.C. 8. And 18 U.S.C. 9 is vessels of the United States, not the state. Not the state. That is the exchange. Steve, interjurisdictional exchange. Okay. So what is SAMS? SAMS. Let me see if I can find it here. Let's see. Let's try NCHS. SAM, Secure Access Management Services. Secure Access Management Services. So they're exchanging the securities. You see how that works? In those securities exchanges, they're creating that monetary currency that we see all over the board, except you notice it never goes back to the original source. They're claiming the original source is the birth certificate. Okay? It never goes back to the original statement of live birth. Certified statement of live birth. Certificate of live birth. It never goes back to that. Why? NAFIS. Notice how it comes in. It goes through that birth certificate sale, and money goes in here. Now, how does the money go from federal and state government into the Vital Records Office as generation of that sale? NAFIS, NCHS, and SSA. How are they all putting money into this system according to their graph here? Where is the origin from this point? Where is the origin from this point? See, this is just a pass through, right? Where is the origin from NCHS? Where is the origin from SSA? See, they're getting their information through Steve and Sam's and the electronic birth registration system. Okay? The federal is receiving from the Vital Records Office electronic birth registration and vital records system through EVE, NAPSIS. What is this? What is this? How do you calculate that these guys can create value at this end by taking information through this guy or indirectly. And so they're matching that information up and producing money on it and sending it back to the Vital Records Office. See, everything is going to the Vital Records, not the State Department of Health, the Vital Records. Okay? It's going to the Vital Records Office. If those vital records are destroyed because they're proven as securities frauds, then they cannot create at the whim from federal and state government approximately 20 different users. You don't understand that. There's approximately 20 different agencies throughout the United States and the states that are using this information to create a monetary credit for themselves. Ask them how this graph works. Ask them how it works. All this information moving around and creating money. But none of it going back to the original source. Huh? How come there's that separation here? How come we have a totally independent mom entering into a prenatal contract that has privity that then is then birth clerked, registered as a general ledger and creating a public liability? How does that happen? And where is the transfer stamp? I want to know. I want to know, people. Welcome back, Chris.
Oh, greetings. Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, excellent.
We were just going over.
Well, these are some interesting questions that are going to come up as I proceed to go to the courthouse in Florida and speak to them about the record that they created for my son, who was born in the big island of Hawaii.
Oh,
and
they have their own constitution. And again, that constitution is subject to the Constitution UPU. So again, it's just a matter of clearing up the vital statistics jurisdiction, saying that there's already an exclusive jurisdiction that just wasn't announced. That exclusive jurisdiction is his, because we are all children of God and not child of men, because that record poses a man still. And the man was discharged of his mother's waters. And when he took his first breath of life, he became a living soul. And he has, in fact, been acting as a living soul ever since. But the record reflects otherwise.
Well, I have a private agreement with mother that after 7 years, I'll take control of that account. Oh, I think I lost you.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. You just turned your video off. We're going to take control of that account, and he's 6 going on 7 now. So I've been working to do my due diligent research to talk with the folks in Florida about what to do. I've already spoken with the Attorney General's office, and they're very eager to help me correct the record the way that I'd want to. And they were asking me, what do I really want?
Well, I tell you, the first thing to do is place a herald out there. Now, if you've got your own site, you can do it there and then just give notice to all the different jurisdictions, particularly the vital statistics jurisdiction of the state he was born, the county registrar, the birth clerk at the hospital, all those things, all those people that you see on that graph. Notice all of those people and let them know that that record is in error and it needs to be automatically, mandatorily declassified and institute the heralding of a child of God that shall not be kidnapped and made merchandise of.
Correct. And we did put the placenta vessel onto the earth and planted a tree on it on the land of Hawaii. And we did not enter into a hospital, but rather got a midwife who's local to the island to help her with the legal paperwork aspect of the things. But we have yet to perfect the record, although the baptismal certificate was manifest and put into my private manor roll about 6 days after his birth, when I decorded.
That's the one you want.
I decorded and recorded after the placenta's cord dried up. I decorded and recorded, into the ecclesiastical record of my house. And then the legal record was created after that. So we have the first in line, first in time recording.
Awesome. Yeah,
but we have yet to do any herald.
Yeah, see, that's the document that I was telling you needs to be public. That's the one you need to herald out the world. He has been baptized in the name of Jesus Christ. We have called him Brian of the family Miller, whatever, and he is not as a child of Israel. No one shall kidnap him and make merchandise of him.
Well, I'm going to share the recording of this with the mother. So is there any wisdom that you could impart to her with respect to making sure that she's able to keep him without being kidnapped, or his sister for that matter?
The inherent intent of the word of God is that we are to be stewards unto our children. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. And if you're not going to let me be a priest unto my own son and daughter, then you are the blasphemer, not me.
Right. I think that she has come to a deeper understanding of what happened. Although I understood at the time of the birth what I was doing, she didn't understand it completely. And so she just really went along with what the state was requesting her to do so she could get the legal documents and stuff, so they wouldn't take him away from her.
And that's part of the thing that they placate is the fear that they're going to kidnap that child. How dare you? How fucking dare you? And that's why I say,
well, there's already a CPS case, and I kind of armed her with a little bit of knowledge, and she thumbed her nose at them and said, prove your jurisdiction and then you can fuck with me, otherwise go away. And they ended their CPS case on that.
Awesome.
So
awesome, because that's what we need to do, is just start playing out or just putting out plain truths and standing on them. Because when you put out a plain truth like that nobody can deny, they're not going to deny it. They know that if she
knows that he's native to Hawaii, being born on that land, and she's standing on that, and done pretty good job for the last 6 years to hold the kidnappers at bay with her knowledge, as limited as it might be.
And that's the only way you can do it, is with knowledge. If you go forth without the knowledge, you're never going to fill your net with fish. Never.
But if these men don't go out and actually give education to their ladies, they're finished. These women were indoctrinated into this militaristic system. They don't know anything else, and they're afraid to go outside of what they are familiar with. And so I would urge anybody who hears this or whatever, listen to the rhetoric on this channel, because Keith's giving you the real knowledge, man, and educate your ladies on it, because otherwise they're going to be continuing to kidnap these children of Israel by the thousands on a daily basis, as they do. Yeah,
absolutely. That's the whole point of it, is that these people, I don't know why that oh, there it is. I'm just going through my comments and make sure that linked in too for everybody for that Sam's thing, because that's what it's all about, is they're acquisitioning value through documentation for tax purposes that don't have a tax stamp. And that's false. If there's no tax stamp, then all of the documentation itself never transferred anything. So again, and yeah, you're absolutely right. The men have to start teaching their women, but again, I urge everybody to get a concise English handbook, a college composition handbook, and learn the scriptures. You do not have to believe in the scriptures. I'm not asking anybody to believe in the scriptures. I'm asking you to read them so you can see the comprehensive simplicity of the morals. Every one of those verses in there will help you comprehend if you read them. And again, it's not just the 1611 version of King James Bible that is preemptory, because that's what they use in these courts. But I also urge you to expand that spiritual knowledge into other scriptures, not just Christian scriptures, but Muslim and Judaism as well. The Abrahamic religions as it came up through time. Hebrews 6 verse 17. The very immutable promise that I shew unto Abraham, I shew unto you as well. That was the original promise. Quit putting up with these bullshit promises afterwards, folks.
Now there is a private ecclesiastical ritual that is going on with the literally putting a curse upon that placenta. And those who've done their research know that they're literally practicing forms of witchcraft in these clearinghouse courts. And but I wanted to say, if you would take the placenta after a birth and you bury it in the earth and put a tree on it, then you've grounded the estate. Becomes a grounded estate.
Yes.
And they can't put a charge on something that's grounded. You see?
Right.
And this is the undoing of that curse from 1302. That
that's 42 USC 1395X, spell of illness, where mom signed a document as an informant in cursive.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, folks, we've been 2 hours. Tommy didn't show up. I was hoping Tommy would show up because I was going to expand on this a little bit more.
Did they not take cursive out of the public school system just some years ago? I heard something to that effect, that and I don't know, but I don't think that the students of this era are learning to write in cursive anymore.
Well, I don't know how that works, but it certainly isn't necessary to know cursive. Particularly since we know that the signature is the problem, as I'm explaining here tonight. I hope you can see it as the problem, because if you don't sign that documentation, they're left with one of two things: either kidnapping one of the children of Israel or letting them go home safe and sound. See those hospitals? They're supposed to be safe harbors. So what are they doing? Threatening people when they're in a place of safe harbor.
So isn't a signature a sin against nature?
Yes.
In a sense?
It's the sign of your nature. And if your nature is to sign in cursive, then you're spelling. That's why they have spelling bees. That's why they teach you.
And we're causing to have ourselves be cursed into being a debtor sinner.
It placates the ego, because in learning, there's an element of knowing. And in the knowing, some people profess to know more than others in this reading and writing world. Whereas if you're in your natural world, it's not a matter of knowing more. It's a matter of knowing what you know, so you can work together with others in a community where everybody knows different things. In a system like that, you've got each other giving each other pats on the back for doing a good job. Hey, I see you collected enough fish for the entire village today. We really appreciate it. You got members of the community that give and take in various different forms according to their talents and not their knowledge. Their knowledge is different than talents. Talents are the expression of your activity. Knowledge is an expression of objectivity and subjectivity of various different things that you may not even know about in truth. This is why we get into these discussions about globe earth and flat earth. So many people are involved in a discussion where they really don't know. So why would you get in discussions like that and make bold statements as if though you do? You don't. Have you had that outside view? Have you gone up in space and seen the world from a globe? Or are you going to placate that all of these pictures, engraven images are true and real? Just like a comment, spoken or written, it's an invention, fabrication, or fiction. It is not.
Well, they want to believe in the entertainment, right? So I was researching what NASA was, and it actually is registered as an entertainment company. So
yeah, and
those are people that are wanting to be entertained. They're giving them that green screen entertainment they demand.
And when we look at various different things in languages, and we find out on the international level that every nation is a trademark, and what are you doing? Placating that you're a national under a trademark. You're playing a franchise, and they're taking advantage of you on that. See, African American, that's trademarked. All these people claiming to be African American, they're falling under a trademark. Moorish, that's trademarked. China, trademark.
Under American Native, they don't have American Native trademarked, but the Native American is trademarked. Yes,
correct.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a matter of learning the very terms and conditions that they're using before you to let no tongue prosper. Otherwise, those tongues are going to prosper against you because you're the heathen, you're the pagan, you're the one that doesn't know the word of God and won't express it. Even though you placate to know the word of God, if you're not standing up for that in any sense, then how could you be standing for God at all? That's why I call people bitch ass slaves. I like that term. You know, it's not me that wants to, but in my heart, that's what I feel. So that's what I'm going to express. And again, like I said, I wouldn't call you a bitch ass slave if I didn't realize myself I was once a bitch ass slave too. That's why I'm telling you my errors.
I think the books of Deuteronomy speak to that very deeply.
Well, yeah, that's Deuteronomy 15 talks about the Lord's release, which is their bankruptcy every 7 years. And then in that same chapter, it tells us about the being lenders unto the nations. And if we can't read those scriptures and realize who we are through them, quit trying to placate that you believe in them and just use them for a moral guide, and you will be much better off.
It's like when we go into people go into chapter 11 bankruptcy, right? They have a 7-year thing on there, right? After 7 years.
Yep. You can't
right.
refile bankruptcy in any case if you just filed within the last 7 years.
But they also have a chapter 13, which if that's done nicely, then that can bring a very equitable result through the court. By reorganizing and, through a reorganization, I'm just saying for some of those business folks out there, that chapter 13 done nicely can, your plan to pay off the creditors, it can involve a lot of this rhetoric that we're giving here. And it's very interesting to me that they use, because the courts are using numerology, but they chose chapter 13 for a reorganization situation and creating a plan to operate your entity in honor. I'm just bringing that up because I'm actually helping a friend to do his chapter 13 right now because he doesn't trust attorneys. And I'm just going to show him how to go in there and do it pro se and then pay the taxes on the bill.
And even then, I wouldn't recommend that. I would recommend do your research and research chapter 15 bankruptcy.
Oh, that's one they don't advertise very much.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's not even advertised. That's
yeah, they don't want
that would be a
they don't want
1
yeah, they don't
5
want
of
you
the
to do it
6.
to chapter 15. Yeah, they don't want you to do it as chapter 15 because chapter 15 is ancillary cross-border cases right in the title. And this, when you read that chapter 15, you might get a better idea of what bankruptcy is all about when it comes to foreign country money judgments recognitions, and that is that 18 USC 8 stamps and other representatives of value.
Well, could we put that link in the chat for the good folks there, that chapter 15, so that they can reference what we're talking about here? My computer's not really doing it right now, but maybe that'd be helpful if anyone could put that in the chat. Be awesome.
Chapter 15, ancillary and cross-border cases. Purpose and scope of application. Watch this, guys. Purpose and scope of application. The purpose of this chapter is to incorporate the model law on cross-border insolvency. Now, the model law on cross-border insolvency is international, so as to provide effective mechanisms for dealing with cases of cross-border insolvency with the objectives of cooperation between courts of the United States trustees, examiners, debtors, and debtors in possession, and the courts and other competent authorities of foreign countries involved in cross-border insolvency cases. Now, if you're not an authority of a foreign country, then you're not going to know what to do. But if you know what to do, you are an authority of a foreign, not necessarily country, but a foreign being.
Wouldn't that be equal to a foreign state, as in a state of mind that's foreign to their state of mind?
Correct.
Right. Like I created my own foreign state called Zaorsi, right? And I have yet to make that a public offering, but in fact, it's something that I'm creating with its own rules and land space and everything.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be a public offering. I don't know why you would even think about that.
But well, if someone was wanting to say, join in the way that I do my private administration
then it
of my house,
then it wouldn't be a public offering. It'd be a open invitation. A public offering,
thank you.
A public offering would be an offering to the public. Okay, what are you going to offer to the public? Are you going to offer the anointed oils on a thing of flour and burn it as an incense to the god?
Well, nope. I was going to offer it as an option for to enjoin with yeah,
and that would be an open invitation. But a public offering would be a public offering of the title of that entity to the public.
I see.
You want to invite, you want to have an open invitation for them to come to you and not be the public offering to them. It's the power flow. Okay, greater legal.
Thank you for correcting my word articulation there. I appreciate that very much.
Well, it comes to this point right here: greater legal certainty for trade and investment, and the certainty is in the words and what they identify. And if they don't identify you, but they identify fictional entities that are trying to take from you, there is inherently something wrong. Because again, that record does not identify you. It identifies the individual's name and number, identify the record, and everyone will have that number attached to it somewhere. Every derivative of your name has a different number.
So like in a mortgage, when they create a deed for most people's mortgage investment contracts, is my understanding that they make a derivative name such as John H. Doe a single man, and that becomes a DBA that's controlled through a law firm, right?
Right, and they have to
Is that-
attach a number. They have to attach a file number.
But that's only connected to an address easement, which is the contract
correct
that the municipality keeps, right?
Correct. Greetings, King El Bay. How you doing, brother?
Well, I'm doing good, Keith. Just listening to y'all. I got something to run by you, Keith. Now,
Okay.
I've been looking into the Social Security Administration, and I've been looking at some of the things that they're doing with this stuff. So I noticed that you can leave the United States, right? All you got to do is, because the United States ain't nothing but a paper construct. So you can serve them a notice and say, "Hey, I'm gonna leave for how long you gonna leave?" They're going to suspend your Social Security and all of that, right? You can just say, "Okay, I'm leaving," and they will. They, anybody who try to use that is say it's suspended.
Yep.
You'll be out of the jurisdiction. So I'm looking at it like, okay, if it's a paper construct and you can suspend that, then you can come back through under a new contract and under a new application, under a new vessel or institution, in which now that old person, right, that juristic person is now under suspension. It's not operable.
Correct. And that's what I'm doing by correction of the record through automatic and mandatory declassification, because he was never supposed to be classified as a federal, state, or municipal officer or agent. And since he was, that's a dishonor. So we have to replace the dishonor with honor. And the only way to do that is to kill the person.
So I was just looking. I said, "This is interesting." I said, "I'm gonna run this by Keith." I already knew that you could leave the United States, but I was looking at other things that you can do, and you can suspend that account. So you can tell them literally, "I don't have a social," and you can come through a new institution. But this is the funny thing that I was looking at, right? You can assign, like, let's say you're gonna leave the country, you can assign it that juristic person. What's so funny is, let's say if you had a law firm, right? The law firm can take possession and do business in their name while you're out the country.
Yeah. And that's why I say everything you do should be put in a third-party escrow holding. That itself proves a trust. It doesn't have to prove their trust. It proves there's a trust in play, and they can't fuck with a contract in there. That's the simplest.
I'd like to do this in practice, gentlemen. I was going to go to hike through the Himalayan mountains and leave the continental United States of America area. So maybe what King Albay is talking about is something we could actually do in practice to demonstrate how something might be done.
Well, if you go through the Social Security manual, they tell you what you have to do, and they give you a format of a letter. They got a bunch of X's on there, and they just say, "Hey, send us a letter," and you can suspend that account. You gone. You out the country, or you out. They don't say country. You out of the the U.S.
Right. If you want to do that, I would suggest, because they're going to want some kind of passport document. The passport is relative to what's known as a visa. Now, a visa is like a cultural exchange where you're going to go to the Himalayas, you're going to experience the nature of climbing the mountain, and you're going to come back and write a journal on that. And while you're there, you're going to be culturally interchanging with the people of the area and getting their background stories to be part of your story. You're going to create content. And this is just a basic, you're going to invite yourself to that country by asking somebody about a tour of the mountain. Great. Now you've got a private contract. and it's an international contract. They can't fuck with it. You're going to bring in a passport and say you're going to violate this contract that I've already got in play, first in line, and require me to have a passport? I'm sorry. It's an impossibility. You have to stick to the international.
Not recently, but in previous years, I've traveled to countries such as the Dominican Republic just with my Bible book. As a priest and a reverend, and I have all the recordings in the back of the Bible, and there was no argument with it. I don't know that it would work to go anywhere else, but they let me go to the Dominican Republic.
Well, you may as well try it, because literally, like I said, courts around the world use that scripture, okay? And that scripture tells you, the Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. That is already your invitation. Just like the promise is already laid down. Your invitation in Congress to ingress and egress is already there.
Mm-hmm. I think if people are from other spiritual traditions, they could also use whatever spiritual scripture that inspires them, such as the Quran or the Bhagavad Gita or whatever scriptural reference that they consider the law book that they're using.
Yeah. That's all you need is a Quran, a Bible. I was looking up pagan, and one under the etymology, and it says a pagan is a person on one of the three who don't practice Judaism, is not a Christian, a Muslim.
Yeah, they don't practice any of the Abrahamic religions. That's what's called a heathen or a pagan, according to their definition. Have you looked that up in concordance yet, brother?
No, I haven't looked it up in concordance yet, but I got to look it up.
Next page. Well, let's see.
Well, the people of India that respect the Vedic scriptures, they've also included the Bible and the Abrahamic religions as part of the Vedic scriptures, being that they are historical and prescribed and followed by people globally. I just want to make that point. Also,
I want to make this point clear too. They recognize those are contracts too. Those are covenants. Judaism, Muslims, and Christians recognize each other. So that's a contract or a covenant that's already agreed upon. If you want them to recognize you, all you have to do is pull out either one of them. That's a contract.
Right.
If you got proof of that.
And what it is they're relating to a spiritual religion rather than a nationality. And this is the distinction between one that follows an Abrahamic religion, whether it be Judaism, Christianity, or Muslim, and a Gentile. A Gentile would be what we call an infidel, maybe. But closer, it's just somebody that takes upon a nationality. They take upon a classification of being a national rather than being the prophet that they're meant to be spiritually. They take upon manual nationality. And so we've got, this is from Greek English Dictionary, G1480 or 1482 is the Strong's number for heathen. And it says adapted to the genius or custom of a people, peculiar to a people, nationality. So again, it's the people or the man rather than the spirituality, which is self, which is all of us together, including all other creatures. Suited to the manners or language. Suited, which is an investment, to the manners or language of foreigners, strange or foreign. The word of fiction is foreign to me. I recognize it, but I am not suited to lie. In the NT, the National New Translation, savoring the nature of pagans, alien to the worship of the true God, heathenism of the pagan, the Gentile, the fatherhood, which is the patronymical political stance of the nation. That's the false father. And the Gentile plays to that nationality. That's the difference between a spiritual being and a man. So I ask people all the time, are you a man? And when they tell me they're a man, I ask them again, are you sure you're a man and not a living soul? And then they question, well, what do you mean? You don't know the difference between a man and a living soul? I thought you were the Christian. See, I'm not Christian. I'm not Muslim. I'm not Abrahamic. I'm not a national. I'm a child of the God that all of those people agree that we are all children of God. The God. And again, I refer to the God as the source of life. And everything else is resource. Even myself, I am a resource, resourced through my mother and father here on earth of the original source, the original spirit. If you don't see God in me, then maybe you better look at yourself in the mirror and see the image and likeness. Someday you might see it. But until then, you're just a bitch-ass slave to me. You don't come to me with the spirit, then I'm not going to listen to you much. I'm going to tell you to get that concise English handbook, a college composition book, a King James version of the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, whatever you want to get. Learn those scriptures. And again, I'm not limiting just to the 1611 King James. Go beyond that. Quit stopping at the door at 18 years of age, walking out of high school. You don't have to learn anything else. I urge you to expand your knowledge, because I guarantee you they have not been a priest unto you, and you will perish until you learn that word. And that word is merely truth. As long as you keep living your life as transgender, gay, bisexual, bitch-ass slaves, you will be that bitch-ass slave, and you ain't going to heaven. You are already perished. You are already deemed to be going to hell unless you change your ways. And if you're not going to change your ways and sit there in front of a class full of fucking 5, 6-year-olds and tell them how you're so fucking gay and how it's so nice to be gay and transgender, I guarantee you got a large awakening for you. You better wake up now.
Keith, I have a gift for you that I wanted to send to you through the post. It's from my bookshelf. It's a book that was printed in 1944. It's called The Westminster Dictionary of the Bible by John D. Davis. Westminster Press, Philadelphia. I don't know where I might be able to put this in an envelope and send this to you, but I wanted to gift this to you if you'd receive it.
Sure.
I think you might find it wonderful. I think you might find it wonderful for your research, and I think you might take a lot of value from it, and it's just a treasure from my bookshelf I wanted to offer up.
Absolutely.
To you.
I know the King James Version well enough that when I look at other scriptures, I notice the differences and the inconsistencies almost immediately. It's like last night. Whose panel was I on? The Machine Lies had a panel last night, and he had somebody Toilet Bowl Earth. He's trying to placate about polygamy and monogamy and this and that. And this time he was up there. The Machine Lies was trying to explain that there's an inconsistency in the recording of Paul's testimony in Acts. And TBE professes he knows the scripture so much through his Greek Orthodox bullshit that he didn't recognize the inconsistency. So I popped on that link, jumped up on StreamYard, and told him what the inconsistencies were off the top of my head and what verses they were. And this is the inherent thing that I urge people to learn. It's very important. If you comprehend those scriptures and see those inconsistencies and stuff, you will be able to see how other people are lying to you by telling you things that they supposedly know or don't know. If he's posing that he's such a great Christian and doesn't know that there's inconsistencies, or says, well, that doesn't matter. Like the inconsistency where Jesus was hung on a cross or Jesus was hung in a tree. They both are stated in the scripture. Now, why they don't placate to this and dismiss one or the other rather than keep it questioning, keep it in reference as a question, and instead they make a solid foundation of fact and law as though their statement is true and correct when it's obviously not. You cannot state throughout history that scriptures that were written thousands of years ago are true and correct. But today, they have inconsistencies, and you haven't gone back to the source. And I guarantee you, if you go back to the source, it's the language, Sanskrit, Hebrew, and all that. And if you don't know those languages, you don't know how they transformed and stuff, you don't know that the English language is itself the colorful Babel language. And you will consistently placate that those words are true and correct when they're not. They cannot be true and correct. So the best you can do is relate them to the original words. And that is the etymology, the chain of title. Until you learn how to do that in the various different venues, find out where they're getting their sources, where they're getting their power, and who supposedly holds the greatest power, and why they're holding you as if though you have no power, you're going to learn how to rise above that one day. I hope. I mean, shit, it took me 50 years to realize what was really going on, and it was me. So as long as you keep pointing the finger out there to everybody else and telling them they're wrong because what you know is what you know, and you're basing it on that scripture without accepting the inconsistencies and leaving it as questionable and placating that as true and correct, you're the buffoon. You're the babbler. You're the one that keeps believing you're a man. As that thing right there before you, heathen and pagan, it's telling you. If I ask you if you're a man and you say, yeah, you are the heathen, you are the pagan. Why? Because you don't recognize that God formed man of the dust of the ground. And when he breathed the breath of life in your nostrils, you became a living soul. And that is the problem where they put that general journal of the manual description of what was being conceived and rendered in mom's belly. And instead of telling the world that upon mom's discharge of waters, or the man that was discharged of mom's waters, and then a living soul, that's the part that's missing. And it's very simple to fix. Speaking boldly as I ought to, because I was formed in the belly and he knew me before then. And before my mother discharged me of her waters as a man and cast me forth from her womb, he sanctified me. He ordained me a prophet unto the nations. And you will hear me. I am auditioning for a place in heaven. I am already in this world, but not of this world. But since I'm in this world and I'm being tested from moment to moment, I am auditioning in this test for a place in heaven, not placating that I'm auditioning for 15 minutes of fame for a golden globe to be put in earth 6 feet under and have a headstone, a tombstone, a mark of the beast on the forehead, an engraven image, the image of the title, Keith Little. It's all uppercase. People better wake up.
You know what's so funny? I was looking up and it was talking about how the meek shall inherit the earth. And a lot of people don't understand what that means. The dead shall inherit the earth. We already got, if you understand that you in heaven, like you create your heaven and hell by understanding with the words, life and death is spoken with the tongue. Your ability to speak the truth, like Keith is saying, understand, because you only can do a transliteration. You can't translate the Bible to the degree unless you use the original text. So the best we can do right now is transliterate. We can't even really do a true translation.
Correct. And that's why they say you got to learn how to speak boldly as you ought to. And that speaking boldly as you ought to is being able to argue your point with all these people that will stand up and claim that the meek shall inherit the earth. And yes, I'm a man. Yeah, and you're going to be buried as a man. And that's your inheritance in the earth. Because again, said, I'm auditioning for a place in heaven. That's my inheritance. And while you claim to be a meek motherfucking bitch ass slave to inherit the earth, inherit all the earthly material possessions all you want. You're going to be buried in them.
Yeah, the true inheritance is the wisdom and the knowledge, understanding that we get from doing our spiritual work. It's the true knowledge, true treasure of
The
life.
Bible tells you that it would be harder for a rich man to get to heaven by passing through the eye. What is it? I can't think of it.
It's easier for a man. It is easier for a man to get to heaven than to pass through, or it's easier to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man to get to heaven.
Yeah, a camel. It's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a man to get to heaven. That's a mouthful right there.
And think about this. Think about this. You see that? That's the eye of a needle in which ink flows. You better be careful to coin your words and purse your lips.
I went down to the Secretary of the State's office the other day. Somebody gave me the U.S. citizen question. And it happened to come on my mind to express myself as I was. And I explained to them that I feel myself to be a denizen of heaven, but indeed I do have a U.S. citizenship. That's how I expressed it to them, and they really had no argument with that.
Yeah, you just got to learn how to express the truth in such a blatant way and simple that people will comprehend it. So when we come across things like this postal form 6387, I explained it to them and I expressed it to them as truly as I could. But the only reason they didn't comprehend it is because they don't know what I know. So now I'm having to point out the sources, like debit. I told you earlier that debit is a cancellation of a certificate. Yet in the postal terms, it tells us that a debit card can be used at retail, and that when it's a Visa card or MasterCard, it is to be treated as a credit card. So why did they cancel the certificate by using it as a debit and then issue me a receipt saying U.S. debit? That's proof that they canceled the certificate instead of treating it like a credit card.
I'm starting to see that these corporations and entities do everything backwards.
Absolutely. They're treating you as the corporation and themselves as the individual.
Yeah, it's all in the mirror for these people. Everything is a house of mirrors. Twisted fucking mirrors, too.
You guys keep it going a minute for me, would you? I gotta go take a break real quick. Be right back.
All right, then.
So
this is a very fascinating dictionary. Go ahead.
So what you got to understand, like what I look at, I tell the First Amendment, right? So yeah. the First Amendment documentation, right? So a lot of people are not familiar with the Ash Wander rules. So everything is a derivative of a derivative. The Constitution is one of the first foundations. We got to go beyond that. We got to look at how all of these things come into play from the Confederate Union and their Constitution all the way down to the United States of Constitution of America. All of them things are derivatives of each other. They give birth to all of these different things. So as Keith been talking about man and woman, manufacturer as they manufacture, and they give you under the manufacturing manual, right? So
Mm,
I used to be cases on that, right? Like for example, a DUI case. Um, they wouldn't know, they wouldn't have the manufacturer's instructions, the manufacturer's manual to understand how the device should be operated, how it should be properly used. So if they can't speak on anything about the manufacturer who created the product, the instructions, then how is they going to say they have the right to exercise this thing and say that they can use it when they don't even understand the instructions? So I beat cases on based on asking them simple questions.
Yeah, and
oh,
that goes to
wow.
secondhand witness. You can't go into court and be a secondhand witness. You have to be firsthand witness. So if you're not party to that contract firsthand, you can't come in as plaintiff and make a claim.
Hmm.
That's simple. Go ahead,
Everything
brother.
is about witnessing. Everything is about witnessing. Everything is about firsthand knowledge. Secondhand knowledge is hearsay.
That's why when the police tell me to mind my own business and go back in my apartment when shit's getting wild out here, excuse me, you trying to tamper with a witness? That's the first things out of my mouth. You're not going to
Eh,
change my testimony, brother.
Hey Keith, I love that saying. Coin your words or purse your lips.
Yep.
So you have to understand that's why if you look at police officers, they don't come in as like they'll give you a ticket, but then come in as a witness.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and they
They'll
can't
give
be
you a ticket.
they can't be a witness, first of all, and that ticket alongside the road, that's not proper service. He's not a federal agent under exclusive jurisdiction with a proper contract in place with the local postal service to do so. That's an on-call basis. It's a conference of exclusive jurisdiction only when the postmaster calls dispatch to have an officer come to the federal exclusion zone. See, that's a federal zone. Then he's going to call a local municipal officer in his zone to come out of his zone and enter a federal zone. Excuse me. He's not supposed to have that gun on his head. That's federal law. So the postmaster just violated federal law in a conspiracy by calling a local dispatch to have a local officer dispatched to exclusive federal jurisdiction with the gun on his hip to kidnap a federal or a being, a living soul, under the presumption of some kind of personal jurisdiction that has to be volunteered.
That's this. Them was beautiful words, Keith. Beautiful words. Beautiful words.
I mean, when you take a look at these laws, that postmaster is in conspiracy by calling a local dispatch officer and calling me a sovereign citizen when I told him I'm not a U.S. citizen and I'm not a resident. That didn't say I was a sovereign citizen, so he just placed in on it for the record a false term that can't be applied to anybody, particularly when they use United States, who has zero sovereignty. Prove to me the United States has sovereignty, and they can use an exclusive federal zone to make a false claim of sovereign citizen when I'm not a citizen of anything. And he never asked me.
Well, as far as I can tell, what they're defining as a sovereign citizen is what these so-called police officers are operating as far as I can tell.
Well, let me show you something.
They act as if they don't have to follow any laws, and that's part of their definition of a sovereign citizen is somebody who's bound by no laws, right?
Well, and I'm going to show you something that's inconsistent. That's inconsistent with another agency of the United States government. Its Integrity Bulletin from the Office of Inspector General, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Office of Inspector General. Attention, HUD REO contractors, real estate offers, God, I can't remember the word. Contractors, property inspectors, Section 8 administrators, and realtors. Watch out. Sovereign citizen scam. Now, what is the sovereign citizen ideology? Sovereign citizen groups are loose associations of anti-government extremists who do not recognize the federal government. Now, wait a minute. I recognize the federal government, and I can tell you where it's at. 5 CFR 575.102 clearly says federal government means all entities of the government of the United States, including the United States Postal Service, registered agent, and the United States Postal Regulatory Commission. So all of those accounts where people are posting things, those are postal events, regulated or kept track of, tracking system of vital statistic jurisdiction, which is exclusive to each individual that has a record in the administration as employees, by the way.
I was looking at also permanent law when they talk about permanent resident, permanent alien, permanent lawful as resident. So
Yeah, I don't
one of
care
the
who you
things,
are. I'm a living soul, and I'm auditioning for a place in heaven.
beautiful words. The crazy thing is what they they're trying to use these terms like permanent to say you're a lawful permanent alien. Permanent mean that you're stuck in the jurisdiction until you dissolve the contract or the relationship.
Yep.
They're saying that you're permanent. So when we look at general law and we start understanding these terms, you got to look at what they're saying for as permanent unlawful or permanent lawful, permanent resident, as what they're saying that you're stuck in the jurisdiction or
Yeah.
as it relates
Does
to
that
that.
also is that also inclusive with the term occupant that
Yes.
they like to use?
Yeah.
Yep. You're occupying a place where you're not supposed to be.
Like they sent a letter to the post box of my buddy's house that said it's addressed to all occupants.
Yeah, and I don't have an occupation.
I returned their letter to sender and said no occupants at this location.
Yep, absolutely. So here what we're looking at is another page on that same document I just showed you, the second page. It says, how do I recognize sovereign citizens? This is what they're putting out there, folks. They use elaborate names and symbols, which could include names spelled in all capital letters. That's a fucking title. And they're used all over the place in the administration and judicial determinations of every nation on this planet, or interspersed with colons, hyphens, or other odd punctuation. Now, the only thing that would be odd about it is if it was misplaced and not used in the right place. But colons and hyphens are generally used everywhere in the English language, even on their own documents. Signatures followed by under duress, sovereign living soul, SOS, or a copyright symbol. So they're saying everybody that uses a copyright symbol might be a sovereign citizen as well. People using concise English and using capital letters to determine to express titles, using colons and hyphens, personal seals, stamps, or thumbprints in red ink. Oh, goodness. I see all kinds of international documents under private law with red ink thumbprints attached to the last letter of the name. That's private law. That's not sovereign citizen. That's private law. And they use personal seals and stamps as well. See, these people don't know the law, and they're posing the law, and people that use the law appropriately are actually sovereign citizens. Well, that would pose that the United States and everybody, every agent and department, including those police officers our brother was just speaking about, are in fact sovereign citizens. Check this one out. References to the Bible, the Constitution of the United States, U.S. Supreme Court decisions, treaties with foreign governments, or a uniform commercial code. Excuse me? These are the common uses in today's modern business. And now they're calling everybody that operates in business as a sovereign citizen.
It's interesting they don't mention the 10 Commandments in there at all, do they?
No, but he also says references to the Bible. Excuse me, doesn't Public Law 97-280 reference the Bible? Not only does it reference the Bible, but it states that the Bible and its scriptures are the very foundation of the supreme law of the land. Again, I'll remind you that supreme law of the land is an addition unto the law of the land.
That brings me.
I think another thing. Go ahead.
That brings.
I just was going to mention. Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I yield. Go ahead, brother.
That goes back to mention, right, Keith, 1 USC 1, and I listen. I go in the Bible and it said they come here to cause confusion and kill, steal, and destroy.
And that 1 USC 1, the title, what is it? What's the title of 1 USC 1?
I can't remember right off the hand.
Words, denoting. Denoting. What's the note? A note is a promise, right? Denote. Words denoting the promise. Hebrews 6:7, seeking counsel in him, the immutable promise that he gave unto us, that he shewed unto Abraham. The Abrahamic religions all follow the same promise to seek his counsel. And that is word, not words denoting that promise. So before it gets into any of the rest of it, just there are two terms there, words denoting. I destroy the entire code. Because they're already denoting words. What words are they denoting? Denoting is to de-promise. They're taking away the promise. That sounds like a fork-tongued motherfucker that's double speaking in Indian given, as they call it. Imagine that, huh? The whole premise of Indian given people is the basis that the Indians loved selling off the land because they thought it was insane that the white man could believe he could buy land that he belonged to because he thought the land belonged to him. That's the insane.
Also in contemplation, I was thinking, essentially what's going on through these military courts. It appears that we're being sanctioned for breaches of the 10 Commandments in every way.
Yeah, because we didn't herald the living soul as an heir, a legacy heir to the throne in heaven. It all stays manual. And then there's an engraven image on the forehead, the tombstone, showing that the meek inherited the earth and didn't ascend to heaven.
See, I think we're being punished because we practicing idolatry.
Yes.
There you go.
As Hitler's willing executioner and believing, just doing my job, proving that
transgenderism is idolatry.
Believing that their boss is someone to be idolized. I'm just doing my job.
American Idol.
I'm no longer doing a job. I am going to constantly affirm his will faithfully, so that he that believed on God be careful to maintain good works. These are profitable unto men. And if they're profitable unto men, and even the men claim to be of nations, then you are a prophet unto the nation, as sanctified and ordained to do so. This is why I say coin your words or purse your lips, because even as men, you have the ability to redeem them and buy back what they sold off and make them, help them ascend and be a prophet themselves, so that they go forth faithfully, constantly affirming the will of God, so that when they are doing works with other men, they make sure that it is good works and profitable unto them.
This is what I was looking at, Keith. Right? If all we got to do is fulfill the prophecy. What is the prophecy? The Bible, the Quran. All we have to do, he already gave us the foresight. He already gave us the promise. All you got to do is live out the prophecy.
Yep.
That's
Honor
it.
all prophets. Honor all prophets. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Owe no man anything. These are all correlative throughout all the Abrahamic religions. They're just posed in different ways. And when they do that and they transliterate, as our brother said earlier, they're not translating, they're transliterating. And that creates inconsistencies. So when you see those inconsistencies, you should realize it's not something to believe as true, but merely something posed as a standard way of following a certain moral direction.
There's things get lost in the lexicographical interpretations in those lexicographical interpreters as well that are accepted by the general population.
Yeah, and that's because
that's true.
They switched to a Merck's lexicon instead of the spiritual lexicon that originated in the Sanskrit and ancient other ancient languages, Hebrew and all that. And they changed to a Merck lexicatoria, and that's the merchant language. They switched languages. That was the beginning of the Babylonian text that we use today, known as the English language. And when anybody asks you if you understand the English language, I hope you never say yes like I did, but actually respond that, no, I don't, but I am learning slowly but surely all of the colorful adoptions that it uses, and I'm learning to get back to the source.
Well, it was also a system of law that was established during an era of the age they refer to in theology as the age of Pisces, which in apparently according to astrological sciences, we're moving out of that particular era or age now into an Aquarius age, which is more predominated by the air element. And in the Piscean age, it was predominated by the water element, which is very reflective of that admiralty maritime form of law that was brought in through the Vatican Bank and their various constitutional charters that they set up globally. I just kind of wanted to make a point of that.
Yeah, and that's the same thing I was talking about when they went from the spiritual lexicon of the ancient scripts to a mercatory lexicon.
But same now thing. We see, as we're coming into this Aquarius age, value is more so in data than it is in material substance and being transported over the seas, right? It's data being transported over the airways. We're seeing that that's becoming a predominant value system,
right?
For
Once again. And that again, back before the world wars, there wasn't flight, so there wasn't an air jurisdiction back then. Now we have an air and space jurisdiction.
Right, like what, and the air is the ecclesiastical jurisdiction, according to Vatican, because we are speaking through our these air passages, vocalizing sounds over airways, and that's spiritual under their science, right? So now we're seeing that through our articulation, through the data that we're sharing with each other through the air, we're practicing dominion over that air jurisdiction. If I could use the word practicing, since none of us are expert by any means.
You know what, I was watching this podcast, right, Keith, and it was talking about how the mind and the body works and how everything works. A lot of people think
we're losing you, brother.
You just got.
Yeah, you're going in and out. Perhaps if you shut your camera down. I noticed if I shut my camera down, it's more, the software works better.
Yeah, it's like you're losing signal walking around.
Okay.
The device has to take more information when you use the camera, so maybe just try to use your mic. See how that works.
Yeah, I think we finally lost him.
I think he's going through some buildings, losing signal.
Okay, yeah, I want to comment on this while we're waiting then. For when they rise from the dead, they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels in heaven. No gender in their heaven. Reminds me of Book of Enoch, chapter 69, verses 8 through 11, wherein verse 11 tells us that man was conscripted the same as the angels. And this is relative again, because chapters 8 through 9 or 8 through 11 talk about the angel Penemu teaching man how to read and write. And that
so conscripted means with scription. Right. And where the concept of man was created, the Adam, who is the unascended Christ, or the right, he has like the enlightened man would be synonymous with the perfected being of Christ, Jesus, right? Correct. And Adam was also the son of God, but he was still in error because he was consorting with his ego, Eve, his naivety. Anyway, that was my thought on the matter of
and not only that, but I expressed last night or the night before in a conversation, we have to think about Lilith too. And when it was Satan that went into the garden as a serpent and vexed Eve into taking an apple from the tree, or a fruit from the tree of knowledge. First of all, I want to mention it was taking a fruit from the tree of knowledge and not a fruit of the tree of knowledge. Where if you take
those knowledge are like concepts of materialism and worldliness, in my understanding.
And the very concept of taking fruit from the tree of knowledge is that it was still on the tree of knowledge, as opposed to fruit of the tree of knowledge, which would have fallen on the ground as it was in season and ripe now. You're not supposed to.
And then he becomes dead. He becomes dead to heaven, to God's world, heaven, right? He's dead to that because he's taken on these concepts of worldliness.
Correct. And
Mhm.
when we think about Lilith and Satan and having Cain and Abel, it may not have been Adam that bare those two children, but it might have been Satan. So just like the angel supposedly came down later and fornicated with the women of man, I pose that maybe Satan did the first fornication with Lilith, and maybe the first being was Lilith and not Adam. So again, we have
Well, yeah,
we have
it seems that those who came from Lilith had the kind of like a militaristic type of consciousness. They were
right.
Saturnian, that Saturnian consciousness is very militaristic, which is basically controlled by illusion, delusion, deception, right? And also controlled through computer science, which is numbers and those capital letter symbols also.
Right. And so
right.
And so posing this, maybe Lilith and Adam were meant to be, but because Satan got to Lilith before Adam did, God took a rib from Adam's side and created him a new wife. So again, there's a lot of inconsistencies to the research on the scriptural writings that we need to be aware of so that we can keep questioning. Because once we place a foundation on things like the scriptures are true, and you get to a point where they're not, they can't be true because there's inconsistency, you don't get away with just saying, well, that doesn't matter.
Well, that's part of doing our spiritual work too, is being able to see what these stories may mean through allegory and metaphor, and also, the theosophical principles that we adopt for thinking. Right.
And you used the term theory there. Again, theory being the oration. So again, that leads directly to coin your words or purse your lips. In your theory that you conceive, make sure that what you perceive and convey to others isn't going to deceive them.
And the scriptures had to be they had to be scribed in through allegory and metaphor because they had to stand the test of time, that is, you'll see that's most of the scriptures of most religious traditions are written in that manner as well. Allegory, metaphor, and which requires a development of spiritual intelligence and discernment before we can truly conceive of what those scribes were intending to convey to us.
Yeah, and that's specifically relative to the term parable. Jesus said, I speak in parables for a reason. And that's because things can't be true. You have to be able to compare them as examples. That's what parable means. It's an example, comparative. Able. You're able to make it an average thing, like a golf course. Did you get par? I mean, the average person takes 4 strokes to get it in the hole. Did you hit par, or were you over par or under par? So if you're a par able, you're the common example. But there are other examples that are not so normal. They're not so par. You have people that express their talents that are far above par. So what is par? What is parable? What is parable? It's an example. That's all it is. Now, if you want to give an example of somebody that's normal, that's fine. But if I give you an example of something greater and you don't accept it, that's okay. I don't care if you don't believe you can make homemade stamps. That's on you. You keep being par to your level of your normal. That's not normal for me. All right. Well, anyway, guys, we're on 3 hours and 15 minutes. Again, if Tommy would have showed up, I would have had some more information I was going to divulge, but since he's not
On that note, I wanted to say about you creating stamps, you guys. I actually expressed that idea in a phone conversation with my son, and because he was going to art class in his now time school venue, and I expressed something about a red fox. So he went to school and he painted a red fox, which I now turned into a stamp, because he agreed that his creation was valuable, and that he'd like to use it as a stamp. So in the future, my son's photograph, the drawing of a red fox, it'll be a stamp associated with our house here, and so anybody can do this, even a 6-year-old.
Absolutely. And I want people to think about this. Again, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8. The originator content. When you are an originator of something, say an artist. Now, an artist will take a canvas, say 2 foot by 3 foot, and he'll make a painting on it. Now, you suppose that artist has the original and then runs off a bunch of prints of that same painting and sells each of those prints for $100. Suppose you maybe make it 100th size of that, and maybe you can get $1 for each. How does that value system work? You see where we're going? So you can.
I just wanted to show you, Keith. After the Maui fire thing happened, I wanted to make a postal stamp for it in remembrance of that crime. Basically, and this is the painting. I don't know if you can see it very well, but it's a photograph of a man, or it's a painting of a man on his knees burning and praying to God. That is right. He's like burning up,
and
he's praying.
That hits me with a spiritual connection, that you will go through the fires of hell and tender your soul one way or another. Now, whether you walk out of those fires and go to heaven, or remain in those fires of your own blasphemy, your own babble, your own manual station in earth, then so be it. That's on you.
I was going to create this as a postal stamp to help the people of Hawaii to create some money to replace what's been burned up in the insurance company's raising of that Lahaina area.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me look something up here.
But I wanted to bring that up to you, Keith, because I don't know how to bring the value of the art into a recognizable form, so that people have the option to buy that postal stamp and support those people in rebuilding their society. I thought you might give me some direction in that way.
Well, I'm going to show you here. Okay, let's see here.
Our intent is here to show the people how to create that value in not only in theory but in practice, and get the result of our endeavor to comprehend these things.
Yep. Okay. Philately is the study of postage stamps and postal history. It also refers to the collection and appreciation of stamps and other philatelic products. Philately involves more than just stamp collecting or study of postage. It is possible to be a philatelist without owning any stamps. For instance, the stamp being studied may be very rare or reside only in museums. The word philately is the English transliteration of the French. Notice how that comes in, transliteration of French philately, amazing. You see how this works, folks? By Georges Herpin in 1864. The Herpin stated that stamps had been collected and studied for the previous 6 or 7 years, and a better name was acquired for the new hobby than timbromany, roughly stamp mania, which was disliked. The alternative terms, timbromania, timbrophily, and timbrology, gradually fell out of use as philately gained acceptance during the 1860s. Why do you think? See, when the 14th Amendment came along, and they already had the Tax Stamp Act, what they were doing was implementing tax procedures. The 14th Amendment is for nothing other than to convey an excise tax onto the individual living man, period. It didn't matter what color you were taking upon an international tax. Herpin took the Greek root word philo, meaning an attraction or affinity for something, and atalia, meaning exempt from duties and taxes. So when you make your own stamp, what you're doing is expressing that you're exempt from taxation. You have an exception from taxation. What is that? What is the exception? The exception is that you have an equal station in life. What is your equal station? Your equal station is equal consideration to create, manufacture, produce the same thing that they do. And like our brother just expressed, his own son in school still just did the same thing. All it takes is for the rest of the world to accept its value in like kind. Now, if you're going to sit there and try to tell me that some fictional corporate entity or some fictional postal global trust service or some postal congress on the international level can create something that I can't, I'll remind you that the man of the living soul created it. Not some corporate entity, not some postal entity, but an individual man created the use of money in many different forms, including stamps. Stamp is just a form of money, and we're going to show you that here now. Because in 18 U.S.C. 8, as obligations or other securities of the United States, I want everybody to clearly read stamps and other representatives of value of whatever denomination issued under any act of Congress and canceled United States stamps. Now, what is an act and what is Congress? Every breath I take is an act of God, and I congress with him. I am a stranger and sojourner with him. And in all the lands of my possession, I shall grant a redemption. And if my brother be waxen and poor, and I come along as one of his next of kin, and buy back that which he sold, I am his redeemer as well. And canceled United States stamps. Now, why would canceled United States stamps be an obligation or other security of the United States? Why are you placing a security stamp or an obligation stamp on the envelope and not the document inside? Have you been fooled? Do you not know how to read? See, that document tax stamp refers to the document, not the envelope. The security on the envelope, You place that security on the envelope, and then the United States United States Postal Service as registered agent cancels it, saying they accepted you as the contractor. You're not supposed to be using their stamps. That's usufruct, and it's a security. Are you allowed to
Keith, could you possibly post up in the post up some of that stuff from your hard drive of the photographs that you have of some of your mailings previously? I was trying to find that stuff to share with my housemates here. I wasn't able to locate it, but if you could post that up, we'd be grateful.
If you go to my Facebook page.
Oh, okay.
And go to photographs.
Oh, okay. All right. No, never mind. That's definitely I can do that. I'm not on your Facebook page, I don't think, but I'll get on there.
Here's a doozy. Let me show you guys this one. You see that right there? It says financial index. It's got this over here marked as full, meaning criminal and general civil. Right here, they have a last/firm. And I can prove that all 93 cases are in fact aired or entered in error. And if so, it needs to be corrected. And if they deny it was entered in error, I can prove then that they are in fact showing evidence of wanton neglect in the acts of securities fraud, because any securities forensic security audit would disclaim this very first element: firm last name. That is not the last name. So there was in fact a conversion of a last name to a firm name, an investment firm. And that investment firm is not organized under the laws of the United States, and therefore cannot be a valid investment. Not only that, but they have an obligor here. And they are stating that the obligor is a number. So how are they holding me liable as the one that gave an authorized signature? And they just used a number that they had access to through various 20-some different agencies, if not many more. You just go ahead and grab that number. And because they are bankrupt and cannot be the creditor, they automatically have to enter it as an investment from an outside credit source. Exclusive vital jurisdiction records. It goes straight to the individual, and according to that individual, there are various different derivatives. One of them that's not explained is that one of those derivatives is LITT, a firm name, and not the last name, LITTLE, and it is expressed in title form. And that exact title form is, in fact, a stock ticker symbol that is pooled with other stock ticker symbols and then issued under a different stock ticker symbol as a pooled investment. Tell me I don't know what I'm talking about.
So where did it, why was they not giving full closure with respect to the way that they're operating the last name, first name situation?
Have you ever been trained to use LITT in all capital letters for any situation whatsoever?
No.
Have you ever been told to use your social security number without the dashes in any situation whatsoever?
No.
I know where it's instructed. It's under when you look up your selective service number, they tell you to enter your social security number without dashes. When you look up your criminal history, they will tell you to enter your number without the dashes. When you look up your hospital record, they will enter it without the dashes. Look at your prescription. it's going to have the LITT in all uppercase letters. It's going to be red ink, and it's going to be highlighted by a yellow square.
Well, right. Those are private administrative procedures, but in the public venue, they don't express these things to us at all.
Not in all of them, but you see here it's expressed.
I mean, I went to certain law schools when I was younger, and they showed us these things, but no, in the public, they give us no closure as to how those things are operating unless we go and study and look things up.
This one here is one of the ones you're talking about. This is Blitten Gaines, PC, Attorneys at Law. You notice they got their address up here, and it says return service requested. Well, the problem is, again, according to the way you were taught in school, to follow international law. That international law says the address belongs on the right-hand side of the envelope below the stamp. What they did was they provided an envelope with a window, and that address supposedly is on the left-hand side, when that is mere information on the cargo inside. And again, there's no stamp on here. It is an ink impression, and there is no stamp on the document. Therefore, no collateral transfer has ever been made. It cannot be distinguished as such. Period. It says, attention, Postmaster for Waterloo, Iowa, a.k.a. Darren Greer. Unlawful use of congressional franking privilege. Cause of wrong resulting in harm by error or omission. Please return for cause. Prejudice. This address below and in the window belongs here on the envelope, not in the envelope. You get it? It's very simple.
Well, that's part of the deception of where they have the windows and the address printed on the thing going through the window. All these corporate offers coming through the post box fit that form as a commercial offering in violation of the 18 USC 1341, 1342, I think, both of those. Isn't that right, Keith?
Yep. There's my PMA that I mailed to my brother in Pennsylvania. That's how I sealed it. It was an article. There was no envelope. It had 3 seals on it, sealed with thumbprints, with the thumbprint on the back page. And then on the front page was his address. You want to be a part of my PMA?
Is it possible to use the classified mail option when we're corresponding privately with each other?
I would use that. I would use this. Like I said, it's a manifold dispatch, and you have a stamp that you make yourself. You know, again, I'm not telling you to do this without knowing how to do it, folks. Do not do this without knowing how to do it. There are many details, and you have to know them in order to be able to enforce them. Because otherwise, they're going to charge you with felony and throw your ass in prison for multiple decades. Do not do this until you know exactly what you're doing and how to express it. Let me see if I can find the next.
It's part of it's part of having that equal station that you've been talking about. Is being able to express our posting in this way. So if you're still operating U.S. citizenship under benefits and privileges, and you're not making getting remedy through a claim of right, then it's not advisable to do these things, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that's why I say if you don't know how to bring equity to the table and correct a record by telling them what's wrong with the record, you shouldn't be doing this stuff. You should be educating yourself. You should be researching. I'm telling you, don't believe me. Don't believe the neighbor. Don't believe the government. Don't believe your mother, for crying out loud. Quit believing. Do your research so you know. This is just ridiculous in this time and age to continue on doing what you're doing without knowing what you're doing. I know I've got it. I didn't think it was this far down, and it's taking me forever to get there. That's why I say I need a new laptop, folks. It's just ridiculous. But we got plenty of time for now. I always tell people, have patience. It'll come. And since we're just trying to educate you folks, I'm sure you have patience to hang out, at least listen to some banter while we're working on it. Makes it not so tedious, I think. Well, let me look for that while we go on. Get rid of my screen share for now. First of all, I want to, before we go any further, I want to thank everybody for your support. Please hit that like, share, and subscribe button. There is a PayPal link. Let me drop that. Give me a minute to grab it again, of course. I've pasted other things and copy pasted. But anyway, if you want to share some love, there's a PayPal link coming for anybody that would like to do that. Every little bit counts. 10, 15, 20 bucks, everything. Until I get this all resolved, I'm just like you guys. I'm still one of those big-ass slaves, as I put it. I'm still a slave to the necessity of using their system. Gosh dang it.
If I slipped a money order in the in this book I'm going to send you, you can revenue that, yeah.
Absolutely, just don't put a name on it.
All right, I won't.
Widely recognized number can be used in lieu of the name and address, folks. And if you want to turn a money order into credit to that account, you don't give them a name. You give them a number in lieu of the name and address. And that money order proves that you're a purchaser or a seller somewhere along the line, because that's the intent of its use. Here we go. Let me pull her up here.
So should I get a money order under the like the rural postal money order, like they have the old style machines for printing them inside their trucks, that kind of money order, or
I would just use a regular money order.
Just a regular postal domestic money order. Okay.
For now.
That's just wondering, what would be the most valued to you? Because I know there's different ways of making them.
Well, the most value would be the Form 6387, the rural postal money order transaction application, but they're not understanding how that's used yet. So they're going to charge you a debit, cancel the certificate. And
well, what if I give it to them under 12 USC 411?
No, unless you know how they're used and can enforce it, I wouldn't do any of that, brother.
Oh no, I'm just right on the receipt that they give me for the money order. I've always done it in my own files. I write as per 12 USC 411, and I give them coins.
Okay.
I mean, that's my intent to use it as per 12 USC 411. I don't care what they think.
Right, but how many coins are you giving them? The equal amount of the money order? Because again, that would be false. See, again, they're discounting the original money and taking the credit. I mean, do it as you can.
Well, I usually get my dollar bills turned into rolls of coins, and then I have a big leather purse that I carry that has those rolls of coins in it when I go to do a banking transaction. But I sign all the receipts that it's as per 12 USC 411.
Okay.
Because of my previous agreement with the IRS, that I told them that from the point that I met with the IRS advocate, I told them I only elect to use the money under 12 USC 411, and I haven't done it. That's pretty much how I operate now.
Well, and as long as you're keeping all those receipts, because eventually, what one wants to do is those are receipts. Okay, That's the same thing as a certificate. That's why you get a receipt, because they use the debit, and that's a cancellation of a certificate. So that proves that you are a spoliated owner. And if the commanding officer shall cause receipts to be issued, the owner may obtain indemnity.
Right. Well, I explained to the IRS advocate that I only want to do my accounting every 10 years. And every 10 years they can invoice me, and I would be happy to make a contribution to their cause.
Right. And that would still be a different record, though. See, what we're dealing with here is the general ledger, and what you're dealing with there with the IRS is a private transaction for taxing purposes, and they should never even be touching you. They don't.
Well, I'm just looking at the IRS as like their accounting department for this corporate mechanism, and I want to have an amicable relationship with them. So I offer to give them some of my tribute.
No, they are only an accounting organization in a sense when it comes to taxation of an organization. If you're not part of that organization, they have nothing to do with it. It's the Treasury and the post office.
Right, but my understanding is that it was a creation of the Crown, and then the IRS created the United States corporation, or something to that effect. No.
No,
it wasn't something that was created by the Crown Corporation, the IRS.
Yeah, but yeah, the IRS was, but IRS didn't then turn around and create the United States. The United States is in a private contract with a private organization known as the IRS. It's a different, separate outside entity.
Oh, okay. My understanding was wrong about that, but I do know I read some documents that showed that basically it was the Crown that created that IRS to be a debt collector on the corporations that are evading taxes.
Yeah, worldwide. And there are different IRS associations for different organizations under different treaties. You have NAFTA, Organization of American States, 35 American states. I'll bet y'all thought there were 50. No, there are 50 states of the United States, united states within the United States of America. But that is only one state of 35 through NAFTA. And they have a totally different president.
Right, but does not the Crown have interest in all of those biological registration and master files of?
Yes,
right.
Yes. It's an international vital statistics collection. And they started out a mayoral form of government at the municipal level with long-arm statutes for at-arm's length contracts under the Royal Warrant Holders Association, which is honoring contract officers that give warranted information of contracts of goods and services unto the royal houses. Every last one of them. That's the entire purpose of taxation around the world, is still to be taxed by the royal houses, not the United States, not the Organization of American States, but the Crown. So let's take a look at this.
Well, and isn't that what the esquires are supposed to do? They're supposed to administer the interest of the Crown, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
And how can the Crown have an interest in something that doesn't actually exist? So when you let the Crown know that the United States, the states, and all these other organizations, along with the Postal Union, is violating property that doesn't belong to the Crown, and now you hold a claim against the Crown don't like that. Crown's got to follow the word. See, the Crown's got to follow the word. See, they made a prayer.
Well, that was edicts given under Queen Elizabeth.
Finish. They made a prayer unto the Queen, her sovereignty, by the scriptures. Those royal houses are under the protection of the Bible.
Right, and it was Queen Elizabeth III that basically worked with John Dee to cause all of these things to come into effect.
Correct.
John D. the original 007 Crown Agent Esquire.
Yep. Now let's take a look at this next one. You were talking about things on the envelope. This is from the clerk of district court here locally, and it was to my companion for some kind of fucked up credit judgment. Okay, you can come after my companion all you want. You lay one hand on her estate, and I will have your ass. I will show the securities frauds that you are committing and customs frauds. Because again, you'll notice there's a red stamp here, but it's not a stamp affixed to the envelope, nor is there a stamp affixed to the document inside, showing that there's any kind of transfer going on, and therefore it's a fictional invention and fabrication of a documentation, period. No parody. Private and public cannot mix in commercial venue. Cease and desist immediately. Clerk of District Court. Notice it's all caps all the way through. Person, corporate, artificial. Waterloo, Iowa, 50703. Federal zone. Don't placate your district court is not attached to a federal zone. Don't placate that your municipality doesn't follow federal law. The fuck you don't. This pink stamp, there's no consideration. And again, like I said, it can't have value if it wasn't properly affixed to the document. And this is not even affixed to the envelope. It's imprinted in ink in the envelope. It will never come off. You cannot put it to a heat treatment and pull that stamp off because it is not on it. It is in it. Return for fraud. Fraud vitiates all from discovery. See the style manual. Is this name in here, like I showed you on that last one, all uppercase, as an agent of the address securitized by its number, known as a street name security, and then expressed in a trust with a federal zone again, corporate, artificial person, deceased under fiduciary assignment of U.S. Department of State, pursuant to 31 U.S.C. 1321. 73, obligation of United States. See, that's a trust. U.S. Department of State, it's a state of decedent. U.S. Department of State, trust. 31 U.S.C. 1321, subsection 73, a state of decedent, comma, Department of State, comma, trust. So don't tell me you're going to placate that I'm a part of that trust as named by a title. Nor are you going to do that to my companion. Bitch ass slaves. No address per UPU. Windowed envelope. Info of cargo within the shipment. Again, that address is supposed to be over here where this is written. There's also a non-human readable code. I can't read that. I don't have the machine to actually translate this right here. I do not have a machine to translate this. That is a foreign language, and I cannot accept it. Before I can accept this, I need to get with the postmaster to discuss all of these other materials first. See what I'm saying?
You need to know how to translate the symbols and the codes on the envelope before you can read it, and there can be a correspondence with it.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Because if I can't read something, how can I agree to it?
Exactly. I have to be able to respond to the barcode. And if the barcode is a routing and I don't know the routing, then it may not reach the point of destination that I intend. That's not equal consideration. That's interference. That's fettering my intent. You are not allowed to interfere with another man's intent, even if it be bad intent. You have to let it come to fruition so that actual harm, loss, or damage is committed in order to then be able to push some kind of criminal activity. You cannot take a thought and turn it into a crime. It has to be real first. Otherwise, that thought is known to be an invention, fabrication, or fiction. And this is the theory behind pre-crime. If you don't stop letting them do that, they will end up with a pre-crime system coming to arrest you because somebody said your intent is this, or this. And I remind you, HUD, Office of Inspector General, and the sovereign citizen bullshit he was placating. Telling people that use the scripture, the Constitution, statutes, and UCC, Uniform Commercial Code, are sovereign citizens. That's the very foundation of organizations under the Federal Reserve. The very foundation of their commercial system is the Uniform Commercial Code. So don't sit there and tell me I'm the sovereign citizen while placating that the system itself is the sovereign citizen, when that system itself is a matter of record of the United States, and the United States has no fucking sovereignty. Quit placating to that falsy. If you people don't understand that the 50 states of the United States ceded their jurisdiction to the United States, and the United States is a debtor under insolvent bankruptcy and has no assets, and is actually located in Washington, D.C., and therefore it can be nothing but the bankruptcy records and the laws and regulations with notes as promises. Do you not understand that there is no sovereignty in there and that you've been made a fool of? How can you placate? You don't even placate a allodial title. It's a title. There is no title. The land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me. And in all the lands of your possession, ye shall grant a redemption. You do the same thing to your brother. You do the same thing to animals. When I got Eddie was running loose, and his owners he'd gotten loose several times. And so when I called the dog catcher over and I was ready to release him to the dog catcher, and the dog catcher told me about how the owners didn't want to redeem him, it clicked me immediately, and I said, I will. And guess what? You'd be surprised. He handed the dog over right then and there. He didn't take it in for vaccination checkup. He didn't take it to the pound where I would have to go buy the dog. So when you learn how to coin your words and purse your lips, you would be amazed at how well this world works on truth, sincerity, love, owing no man anything. And if you owe no man anything because you're supposed to minister the gospel unto him, realize you're supposed to minister the gospel unto the creatures. Therefore, you are a redeemer of everything that God created, for he created everything. It's amazing how far people have gotten away from their true spirituality. You got to quit believing in all this title stuff. You got to quit believing that the meek shall inherit the earth and that you're one of the meek. So when you think you're going to inherit the earth and they bury you under that headstone with the mark of the beast, an engraven image in all capital letters, and you're 6 feet under, you inherited the earth. So if you keep going through this life being a meek creature, they're going to bury you. I pose that you learn how to speak boldly as you ought to, coming with the weight of 2 witnesses. So in Jesus' name, I fear not, for I've been redeemed. He has called me by thy name. I am his. You got anything else, brother? I think we're going to close her out. We're going on 4 hours.
Well, you were just saying about 2 witnesses, and that's something we wrote in our house administrative process directives, was regarding the engaging of 2 witnesses with every postal correspondence that comes through the house, engaging the post office and its agents, as well as the Secretary of the State through our local notary. and I I've been doing that consciously, and it seems to have stopped a lot of those commercial offers from
Right.
being able to reach our desk.
Well, and I'll show you why that is. If done right, you can use it to pay all postage at the post office. And what I want you to realize, don't use this simple statement again. This is not for you to use. This is for you to research so you can learn how it might be applicable in your life. And I've already got things set in motion to use it appropriately. Do not do this without doing it. And I can't possibly explain to you all the steps I've done so far. It is a process of correcting the record and setting things in motion before that record is corrected, so that when it is corrected, everything that flows from it now has a place to be deposited in specifically. And it says user warrant represents and agrees that interaction with the United States Postal Service registered agent for the sole purpose to facilitate and manage a change of address via redress, and that you are the person, executor, guardian, authorized officer, or agent of the person for whom mail would be forwarded under this action, or whom mail would be forwarded under this action. You acknowledge and agree that anyone submitting a false or inaccurate information through the United States Postal Service may be subject to fine or imprisonment or both under Title 18, Section 2, 1001, 1702, 1708. Customer agrees to make third-party payment so long as it is understood that credit is given to the customer's account pursuant to this special directive in the interest of the United States and for the account of the United States. This sets up a customs security for international documentation. It's no longer going to be considered domestic. It's a clarification. It's a clarification that there is an exclusive jurisdiction, and it starts with a point of origin, and this is its final destination. You are the trustee, as already stated. You've already been assigned under that registered mark as the United States Postal Service for everything posted in all accountings of all events domestically, not foreign. You get it? See, as a postal service of the United States, known as the United States Postal Service, with that register, you are a postal agent of the post office. I have equal station with the post office, and I bring a greater trust than the Postal Global Trust Services. I bring you the trust services of the Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. And therefore any engraven name, titled or otherwise, is dismissed.
With that, Keith, could you speak a little bit to what is general post versus general delivery?
General post, again, is an outside posting where you send things through the mail, whereas general delivery is general delivery within the system, saying that you are the agent and you're giving a delivery order based upon a promise to pay, or the fact that you've already paid with a security instrument, a stamp, or Federal Reserve notes, or check, or coupon, or something like that, which you haven't.
How do we get the recognition through the postal agents that we elect to use the general post versus the general delivery? I've created my own method, but it hasn't been recognized to the degree that I would like to see them recognize it. And I'm wondering what your suggestion would be as far as causing them to recognize that we wanted to use the general post side of the post office for that purpose you were just talking of.
Just skip that and use care of. Keith, :stop,
Mm.
Little, :stop, care of Keith Little, and then the address. Or in my case, I use Keith, :stop, with no last name, care of Joyce, :stop, no last name, with the address and the zip in brackets. You got your two witnesses.
Yes, I also use that.
Either
Where I
way,
wrote general delivery and / general post, and then I bracketed the general delivery side, and they seem to understand what that. But a lot of these postal agents are very ignorant of the history of the post office, what to speak of, all these things that they're supposed to be recognizing as far as treaty endorsements and whatnot.
well, yeah, and I would think that anybody in the United States Postal Service or any postal service around the world, being professional communicators in that subject, they would be subject to studying postal laws and rules. But it seems they don't do that. I mean, these are the proponents of that term violently. Study of post stamps, rules, regulations, laws, all of that. Not just the collecting, but the study. If they're not studying, then what the fuck are they doing in those positions? I'm the one having to do all this studying. I'm the one having to show everybody you can make your own stamps and have everybody sit there and laugh at me. Laugh at this, bitch. See, when it comes down to the truth and you don't know that truth, it's because you haven't done your research like I've said. Don't believe me. I don't want you to believe me. I certainly don't want you to sit there and laugh at me either, because it poses your intellect is abhorrent because you don't want intellect. You want the drama. You like partaking in the game of drama and making fun of other people and shit. So go play it. You're not going to play it with me. I'm auditioning for a place in heaven. And the only way I'm going to win that audition is by making sure I do everything in truth. You can't knock me off of that. No one can. And that's why they have a hard time. That's why everybody has a hard time with me. That's why I tell you, you don't want to be my friend. Because when you get knocked off of your square and you get butthurt in your feelings because of it, you're going to want to come back at me and start placating that you were right and I'm wrong and play these silly games. I don't play games. And I don't give a fuck what kind of game you're playing. Keep playing them, but you're not going to play them with me. You got anything else, brother, before we log out?
I just wanted to say, the good folks out here, I have personal experience of going and educating my postmaster on the big island of Hawaii about my intention to use the general post side of the post office. He sat down with me in his office for 1.5 hours and heard me out and really did it. I mean, as far as allowing himself to educate himself about it, because he was a little embarrassed that he didn't understand it. And he had a private meeting with me, and thereafter my mail was recognized when I put general post on there. I think that everyone in their local area could benefit from doing such similar things. Just reach out to these people that don't know any better, because sometimes they are actually just sincere and they'd like to know what they haven't been encouraged to learn. So
absolutely,
I'll just leave it at that.
Absolutely. And I found that kind of the sense I got from the postmaster that I went and checked out actually is an acting postmaster. So it's kind of excusable, but yet at the same time, I don't think so, because these people are supposed to be professionals in this. And if they're not studying the postal laws themselves so they know it, that's a large part of the problem. And so
I explained to him I explained to that postmaster my position as a postmaster through general executorship on my estate. and that was the thing that got him to kind of listen up, is that, I held that position, and I held it well. And he was willing to work with me after I demonstrated the knowledge, but not until then. A lot of times they just want to thumb their nose at you if you don't explain what you know to them.
And one of the important points I want people to comprehend, I urge every last one of you to start out with the Constitution and the Universal Postal Union in regards to these situations, because when it comes to the U.S. Postal Service, that's what they fall under. And that very first article says freedom of transit is guaranteed throughout the entire territory of the Union, and that is the base foundation of all claims. Owe no man anything but to love one another, for the love one another is to fulfill the law. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. And it's the Postal Congress that established those documentations. And that Congress goes to that Psalms 121 verse 8. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore, because the very principal concept of Congress is ingress and egress, the going out and the coming back in. That's Congress with the Lord. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore, because the land shall not be sold forever, for it is his, and we are strangers and sojourners with him. Accept that and do everything you can to be the Redeemer you're meant to be. Make that your goal. So I put down my PayPal link in the chat section again for anybody that would share some love. That's always appreciated. And in the meantime, I do want to thank everybody once again for supporting me in all ways. Hit that like, share, and subscribe button on all channels. And I'm going to keep bringing this back to you no matter what. I was hoping Tommy would have joined me tonight to talk about forensic securities audits. That is the basis. I'm going to go ahead and throw that out there. That's the basis of everything out there. And that's where I would hope you guys learn from. Everything you sign is a securitization. By that signature, they're using it to securitize a document for its credit debit purposes in taxing various different corporate entities. And you are considered the corporate entity as an investment firm. And that just is not so. The record will reflect that. It will reflect that that's what you've been used as an investment firm. And that forensic securities audit will show that. So if you truly have been the investor, then you are the principal and you are owed that principal sum. Even retroactively, all those taxes you paid, all the Social Security, that's been established as insurance credit. And again, that's what I've been telling everybody. It's all about the insurance. He who hateth suretyship is sure. Why are you taking upon insurance and acting as a securities broker by then selling off all kinds of bonds and instrumentalities, negotiable instruments that are bonded one way or another without the proper certification of intent? You've never placed your intent in on it for the record. Mom and Dad didn't either. It kept going as a manual record. Nobody placed their spiritual intent, which is the merits of their own words and their own life, their own spirituality. It is the spiritual credit. And if you have a spirituality, you're supposed to give the credence to that spirit. Not my mom and dad, not their mom and dad, but all the way through the lineage, all the way up the line to the spirit. So think about this and remember, folks, I love you, but I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back or not. So think about this stuff, be blessed, and I'll see you again next time. Chris, hang out. I'll get that address information for you. And in the meantime, one last time, hit that like, share, and subscribe button, folks. God bless. Have a good night.
Yeah, I'm here. I can just